start. City Clerk, are we ready?
Yes, we are still waiting on staff to come from the closed session.
We'll start in just about 1 minute. If everybody can just bear with us, please. Okay, well, I'm gonna begin and we'll get situated. First, I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. We're going to call the San Bruno City Council meeting of April the 12th, 2022 to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Here.
Councilmember Medina?
Here.
Councilmember Salazar?
Here.
Vice Mayor Mason is still coming in the room, and Mayor Medina.
Here. Next, we'll move on to Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please join me in the pledge, I would appreciate it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now thank you all. And now if we could move on to public comments for items not on the agenda. At this time, if there are any members of the public who would like to speak on items that are not on the agenda, and City Clerk, if you could bring them into the room. If you could bring them in the room, please.
Yes, it's 1 moment. I'm trying to bring in, the first speaker is Pam Heeman. Just 1 moment. Hi, Pam, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready. My name is Pam Heeman, and I am one of the directors of the Warm Water Wellness Board. We are a group of concerned pool patrons who represent those who are fighting to keep the Mickelson Therapy Pool at Mills Health Center open. Unfortunately, Sutter has decided to close the pool. The Mickelson Therapy Pool is a vital therapeutic resource for mobility impaired Bay Area residents. Without the therapy pool, many patients cannot receive the essential treatment they need and deserve and are suffering both physically and mentally. The $4 million Mickelson Arthritis and Rehabilitation Center was financed entirely by community donations when it opened in 1996. It has served disabled children with special needs, seniors, pregnant women, those with arthritis, post-surgical patients, amputees, those in chronic pain, and others with mobility impairments who rely on the type of therapy only available at Mickelson. There are no comparable pools on the peninsula that can provide the specific therapeutic benefits that Mickelson Therapy Pool offers. It's the only wheelchair-accessible pool, offers a lift for disabled patients, and is heated 92 degrees. This pool is a preventive as well as healing vehicle and is a much-needed vital asset for our senior and disabled community members. Offering support are the Sequoia Healthcare District and the County of San Mateo, who have already passed resolutions to keep the pool open. Millbrae and San Mateo will be voting on the resolutions at their next meetings. We also have the support of Assemblyman Kevin Mullen, State Senator Josh Becker, Supervisor David Canepa, and a petition count of nearly 4,600 supporters who have rallied in our behalf. I worked at Mills Peninsula for almost 30 years. During this time, I suffered a brain tumor, a broken ankle, a heart attack, 3 bouts of cancer, and degenerative disc disease. I was a pool patron for 22 years. The pool kept me active and was the only place that I wasn't in pain. During the last 2 years without the pool, many pool goers have suffered greatly. For myself, I have shrunk in height. I have excruciating back and leg pain. I have to have trigger point injections of steroids from my pain doctor every 3 months. I know that the cost of the increased medical care far outweighs the monthly fee to be a member of the pool. While we understand you don't do resolutions, we would greatly appreciate and encourage your support by writing to James Conforti, the interim CEO of Sutter Health Corporation in Sacramento. Please stand behind us and support this important cause for so many people. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker, please.
currently see no other hands raised.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. Comes with my camera. Let's move on to announcements. Item 5. The first item here is item A. San Bruno is happy to partner once again with Recology of San Bruno for the Spring 2022 Cleanup Event Drop-Off. It is at the same location as before at 975 Sneath Lane. The drop-off event will be held on May 14th from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. And it's between those hours. So it doesn't start before 8 and it ends promptly at 11. And that again is at 975 Sneath Lane. And it is a self-serve drop-off where residents will be required to unload their vehicles. Residents will be limited to 3 cubic yards and can include bulky items, e-waste, appliances, bags of garbage, dirt, rock, and concrete will not be accepted. For more information, you can visit sanbruno.ca.gov for more information. And one quick note that I've learned over the years is e-waste means anything with a cord as well. So just as far as where does that go, it is considered e-waste, and that will be a great opportunity for folks to drop those items off. Next item is item B. And we are going to have our director, Pamela Wu, speak about this. And this is in regards to please share your input as the City of San Bruno updates the current housing element. Your participation in the process is essential in helping understand and addressing the housing needs in the San Bruno community. Please take the survey at sanbruno.ca.gov Housing Element Survey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the introduction element. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your introduction. Good evening. As the City of San Bruno is currently updating its housing element, we ask the general public and also the community to share your input. Your participation in this process is essential in helping to understand and also address the housing needs in the San Bruno community. Please take a moment to share your thoughts to complete the survey at sanbruno.ca.gov/housing element survey. Thank you, and we'll look forward to your input.
Thank you, Director, and I appreciate your patience in letting me probably read what I should have held for you to handle, but thank you kindly. And thank you for putting the slide up for everyone. So I will do better this time. On item C, we're going to have another one of the directors and on the senior leadership team, Matt Lee, introduce this.
Good evening, Mayor Medina and members of council. I just wanted to make it known that the City of San Bruno is working on its Safe Route to School plan. So we wanted people to take a few minutes to please go online and learn more about the project and complete the survey by providing feedback on getting to and from school in San Bruno. Visit the project website at sanbruno.ca.gov/safe routes. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. And I know the last transportation authority that I'm chair on for the county, monies were allocated from the transportation authority for this program, and I think it's a good, worthwhile, and ask for your support and participation. Next item will be item D. This is issue a proclamation announcing April 2022 as National Poetry Month. I'll just read some of the whereases. Whereas National Poetry Month is now the largest literary celebration in the world. And whereas poetry is an essential part of the arts and humanities, affects every aspect of life in America today, including education, the economy, the community pride, and development. And whereas poetry has produced some of the nation's leading creative artists and has inspired artists in the fields such as music, theater, film, dance, and the visual arts. And whereas poetry is a beloved and vital component of San Bruno's rich cultural landscape. And now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Rico E. Medina, Mayor of the City of San Bruno, hereby do proclaim April 1st through April 30th as National Poetry Month. And I call upon public officials, educators, librarians, and all the people of the City of San Bruno to observe this month to celebrate the cultural riches our community has to offer and to recognize the important role poetry has in creating and sustaining this great nation, which appreciates ceremonials, activities, and programs. So that is on behalf of the city, and I thank you very much. And let's see how I'm doing. Okay. Next item, and I see we have Mr. Stevenson has come into the into the Zoom. I'm happy to get and have this annual report that is very kind to be given to us for the 2022 update from the San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control District. And as you see, we have Casey Stevenson, who will be giving us the update, and I will turn over it to you, sir, and we look forward to hearing you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to share my screen now. All right, can everyone see San Bruno City Council, April 12, 2022?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you for having me here this evening. I really appreciate it. I'm the Operations Director for San Mateo County Mosquito Vector Control. And, you know, a little background on our district here. We've been around since 1916, so about 106 years there. We are an independent special district, and we're funded by property tax and special assessments. So beyond that, you know, if you ever call us for any services, there is no charge to that, you know, beyond what's on the property tax bill that most of your residents probably see on a regular once a year probably. These are some of the services we provide to the city of San Bruno and San Mateo County. Obviously, our bread and butter is mosquito control. So if you're ever getting bit by mosquitoes or you see some insects flying around, you know, please give us a call. You know, one of the unique things about our district is, you know, we respond in 24 hours. So if you call us Monday night, we'll be out there Tuesday morning kind of trying to help out and figure out what the problem is. Some of the other things we do, if you have an insect that you're not sure what it is, or, you know, you might have a tick, you know, you can always bring it into our district and we can ID it for you and kind of give you some information about it. We also do rodent inspections, you know, so if you're thinking you're getting rodents inside your house or they're on your property, we'll come out and give you some advice on that and try and reduce the rodent population, at least at your property, and kind of educate you about how to keep them out of there. And then also Yellowjacket Control. I know this doesn't occur up in the North County as much as the southern part of our county, but if you ever find a yellowjacket nest on your property, it's not very pleasant. You know, usually you find it when you're out there gardening and you accidentally step near the nest and they come and sting you. So we come out and we take care of that nest for you. All these services are free of charge. Talking about service requests in the city of San Bruno in 2021. So we had some insect IDs, rodents, dead birds. So if you ever have a dead bird, you can always give us a call and we'll come out and collect that. The importance with that is when we collect dead birds, we're kind of monitoring for West Nile virus. So we can actually test those birds at our district. We have a lab with a PCR machine, and then that kind of stimulates our response, basically. If we find a bird is positive for West Nile virus, we kind of set traps out for mosquitoes and try and identify if there's West Nile positive mosquitoes in that area. Just kind of brief overlook of our service requests over the years. From 2017 to 2021, we've kind of had roughly each year between 2,500 and 3,500 service calls we respond to each year. Kind of like the high number ones we usually get are yellowjackets and wasps. We like to keep our mosquito service calls low, because we know we're doing a good job then. You can see in 2021, we only had 368 mosquito calls for all of San Mateo County. This is kind of just a little look at what we do on a year-to-year basis. So in San Mateo County, we have about 9,000 potential mosquito breeding sites in our database. And we have 10 full-time vector control technicians, we call them, that kind of manage the whole county, kind of inspecting those properties at least 3 to 4 months, or every 3 to 4 months, basically. So we could, if someone has an abandoned fish pond on their property, we're coming out there 3 times a year trying to kind of inspect it and treat for mosquitoes. This is a brief snapshot of 2021 of kind of the services we provided the city of San Bruno. So we had about a total of 42 service requests. 11 of those were Yellowjacket, 8 were mosquito fish. So mosquito fish are mosquitoes that we raise at our district, and we can put them in abandoned fish ponds, abandoned swimming pools, and they eat all the mosquito larvae that is in there. So we try and control our mosquitoes in the juvenile stages before they become adult mosquitoes. A little easier to contain them and control them that way. Also, we did 596 site inspections in the city of San Bruno, and out of all those inspections, we only had to treat 90 of those sites. Okay, so that's pretty good. You know, San Bruno's doing a good job keeping mosquitoes out of these breeding habitats. These are typical sources and sites that we kind of see throughout the county. And usually sometimes it's flooded fields from like heavy rains. The water just sits there for a while. If it sits there more than a week, it can produce mosquitoes. Storm drains, which are the grates right there. We have a seasonal catch basin program, which is probably our most visible vehicle. It's a white Jeep you'll see. And we hire 7 to 8 seasonal employees to control those. Those are the big producer of West Nile virus mosquitoes in the summertime, between usually April all the way into October, actually. And then, like I said, abandoned fish ponds, miscellaneous containers. I know a lot of people sometimes in the wintertime probably don't go in their backyard. So we always talk about dump and drain, okay? So always kind of examining your yard before the rainy season hits. Make sure your containers are turned over. You know, you don't have any tarps or folded up correctly. This is just an example of one property. This is not the city of San Bruno, but, you know, containers, big breeding source for mosquitoes. So, you know, once again, dump and drain, please. Just that's a big component of our program, is educating the public. Mills Field. So I know a portion of Mills Field is in Millbrae and a portion is in San Bruno. We do a lot of control work out here. This is a very natural area, and it gets a lot of rainwater that fills in the wintertime and floods areas and produces a lot of mosquitoes. You can see this kind of butts up to a lot of residential neighborhoods, and if those goes left unchecked and untreated, this could be a big kind of nuisance for the residents of these areas. So we actually do helicopter treatments in this area, and helicopter comes starting in July, and they'll drop a pesticide into these bodies of water, directly into the water. It's a granular pesticide that controls mosquitoes in the juvenile stage. This is another, some pictures of Mills Field. You can see it's kind of hard to access, you know, so kind of seeing why we would have to use a helicopter to treat these areas. This is one of our employees out in Mills Field doing a treatment there. Just a brief little view of him. You see he's in the water right there, applying with a backpack seeder a pesticide that controls the mosquito larvae. Just a few more pictures of Mills Field of our staff out there working. You know, this is Eric. He kind of manages this zone, and, you know, it's a large area, about, you know, 30 acres of water that we're treating and inspecting weekly in the winter and springtime. Another component of our district, we're always visiting the sewer plants, you know, throughout the county. So this is the San Bruno, South San Francisco sewer plant. And sometimes these tanks are down for various reasons, and, you know, if they're left on, so in the summertime, we inspect these about twice a month, you know, because the stagnant water can produce mosquitoes if it's warm enough after a week, and can create a real issue for the surrounding neighboring properties there. This is an example of a catch basin left untreated with mosquitoes that we recently found. And you can see how many mosquitoes are actually in there. You see all those little guys flying around. Once it comes into a little clearer, you can see all the mosquito larvae actually in the water below right there. So one little catch basin like this can produce thousands of mosquitoes. So if you guys are ever noticing mosquitoes, we really want you to give us a call. You know, we appreciate it. We'll come out the next day. We don't want mosquitoes in our county. You know, it's not a good thing. So please call us. And then one of the things kind of on the horizon at our district, you know, is the use of drones. So a lot of other mosquito and vector control districts throughout the nation use drones for inspection purposes, finding stagnant water, and also conducting treatments. So it's a very serious thing too. We have to get approved through the FAA, and then we have to get a pilot's license through the Department of Pesticide Regulation to do this. So we're in the process of that. And hopefully we will be able to be launching this in the next year to do that. And we would be treating places like Mills Field potentially and other natural areas. That is all I have right now. This is our contact information. So if you ever need to get a hold of us, please give us a call. You know, we're here to serve the public and protect public health. So thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Stevenson. And you stop sharing the screen for a moment. Thank you, sir. And then my question was, and I know with COVID and everything, and I know Councilmember Salazar prior and myself, we had gone and actually did a tour at the site on Rollins. And I don't think most people just drive by and don't realize what you do and you can see and really learn. And it could be even interesting with the whole family to really have that. But are those back available or where are they at this time?
Yeah, you can come into our office at any time. You know, still have to wear a mask, but we can definitely give you a tour of our district too. And if you want to come in and just ask some questions, that's definitely available.
Great. Thank you. Just wanted to check on that. Are there any questions from the presentation? Vice Mayor Mason.
Another question, just a thank you to Mr. Stevenson because you had come out when my kids were attacked by a Yellowjacket nest last year, and I didn't realize that you also take that on for the county. So it was much appreciated, and also shout out to Robert Reichel, who actually got us in touch for you to come out, I think, within 24 to 48 hours at San Bruno Park. So thank you so much.
Yeah. I remember that one. Yeah.
Thank you.
I know like I said, we respond quickly, so.
Yeah, it was very fast. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And as was mentioned, we also want to thank you, Mr. Stevenson. We also want to thank our representative for the city of San Bruno, which is Robert Reichel, who is very good about keeping the council and the community updated and really promotes and stands very strongly for what you folks do there for the council. So thank you again for your presentation. I appreciate your time and enjoy the rest of your evening.
All right. Thanks a lot, everyone. Have a good night.
Take care. Enjoy. Now we will move on to consent calendar. We have items A through I. In addition, folks, before we begin, I want to pay attention to, under conduct of business, we had item A, which I was notified this afternoon, which is in regards to the ordinance repealing Chapter 10.21 of the San Bruno Municipal Code, adopting a new chapter, 10.21, of regulating the use of disposable food serviceware by food facilities. This has already come before us. This should have been an item under consent, not under, just an error was made. So I want to bring that forward to colleagues to let you know that I'd like to have that, and staff would like to have that brought up into consent, if that's okay with the council members. And what we will do is we certainly will ask the community if they have any comments under consent, as well as item A under the conduct of business, to see if there's anybody in the audience here that wants to speak on either of those items or offer comments. With that said, with including the item 7A, are there any items that council members wish to pull for a separate vote? Seeing none at this time, are there any items that council members would like to have a comment or a question or additional info on? Councilmember Medina.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Item I, as in igloo.
Item I is an igloo. Councilmember Hamilton.
Item H, please.
H for Hamilton. Okay. Any other items? Okay, we'll go to H. Mr. Hamilton picked the shortest one. And we will have, it's adopt a resolution relating to the emergency replacement of the San Bruno Senior Center chiller unit, ratifying the emergency replacement declaration of the chiller unit at the San Bruno Senior Center, authorized by the city manager on March 30th, 2022, waiving competitive building requirements pursuant to state law and the San Bruno Municipal Code due to the existence of an emergency, authorizing the city manager to execute necessary contracts to mitigate the emergency and to appropriate such funds from the building and facility fund balance. Councilmember Hamilton.
So yeah, I just wanted to pull this for quick quick comment from staff. This is a very important item and an important issue that's happened at the senior center, and I just thought it would be good to have staff just provide just a very, very high level summary of this issue and the steps that we're taking to mitigate it. Thank you.
City manager, please. Thank you. I'm used to seeing you on the other side.
I told Mark I feel a little different being on this side. It's not my best side.
No, that was my fault. I apologize.
But I'd like to invite Ross Chertoff, the city's fleet and facilities manager. City clerk, if you can bring him into the room, we'll have Ross provide a brief explanation of this item. And again, this is item 6H for emergency replacement of the San Bruno Senior Center chiller unit. It's the HVAC unit, but Ross can provide a more detailed explanation. Take it away, Ross.
You're correct, City Manager, and Ross, welcome, and please tell us what you know.
A lot of again, and after careful consideration, we got involved with Ann Matola and Dennis Bosch and Matt Lee. We determined that the replacement cost due to the age of the unit was going to be exponential. So what we did was we enacted an emergency situation and escalated the issue to the city manager to, one, reduce the wait time, because right now, due to the labor market and just how materials are, we're still heavily impacted with production constraints. We also wanted to lock in current pricing. What we've experienced on the facility side is the longer we wait, the more expensive things get. It's almost like 5% a month that we see prices growing, and it's in different departments. So if we could go to the next slide, this is what a chiller is. Chiller transfers heat away from the space by the use of water. What it does is it's exactly like a radiator that you have in an older home or even in your vehicle. It cycles water through and uses the air, or in this case, compressed gas, to cool the liquid and then brings it into the senior center where there's another radiator that cools the air going into the building. It's a very simple thing. They last very long with proper maintenance. In this case, the weather, because we live so close to the coast, really impacted the unit itself. There's a lot of corrosion on the coil, reducing efficiency, which creates more load for the compressors, which is why we saw compressor failure. Next slide, please. And these are actual pictures of the existing system. If you see in the top two pictures, that is the coil. The main responsibility of this coil is to basically displace the heat that is captured in the building to the outside and basically transport it out of the building and into the outside. As you can see, the coils are very corroded. You're not supposed to see holes in them. They're paper thin and usually very flexible to a certain degree. Our coils here, when we touch them, they disintegrate. They fall off of the tubes that hold the gas. That creates a higher pressure within the compressors because they can't displace the heat, giving you certain faults that could seize up a compressor and reduce efficiency. Down below are valves that go to the chiller that, due to leaking and untreated water, have basically, that was all cast iron. As you can see, it's paper brittle. So these are some of the things that we discussed and looked at the cost of replacing while we were making our decisions. Next slide, please. And this is a good shot of how we lost compressor oil. There's corrosion on the coils. As you can see in the lower right-hand picture is what we saw when we came back to restore one of the two compressors that was down. You can see the oil spreading across the coils. And upon opening the unit, we see that the oil has basically evacuated the system. And, just so you understand, there's roughly 90 pounds of oil in the system. And it uses a very special cooling oil, or Freon R22. This oil is no longer being produced for, just California law. They're trying to make it a little bit more environmental friendly. So this is not something we have anymore. Next slide, please. This is a shot of a compressor. You have 4 of these in the unit. These compressors run in price just for the compressor, roughly about $4,000. Added, the biggest expense with these is the gas. You have to evacuate the gas of the whole system. The second expense of this is labor. You have to plumb it into an existing system. In addition, because of the oil has been discontinued, the problem is you have to retrofit the whole new system to use the new compressor oil, which is R1234. I know it sounds pretty standard, but that's the name of the new oil. In addition, when this compressor seized and failed, it sends debris into the rest of the system. So the other 3 compressors that did seize, or that we don't know exactly what fully happened, they may have debris. And in order to determine whether they're good enough to last, basically, or start back up, we have to rebuild the whole system, which is not very practical or economical because we're looking at about just $10,000 alone to get a compressor in the system, on top of another $5,000 worth of gas. And you got to remember, there's 3 other compressors of the same age, and you have all the corrosion issues and a piece of equipment that's over 20 years old. Next slide, please. So this is what we were kind of presented with after all the information flowed in. Repair costs initially lower than replacement costs. We're looking at about $35,000 to get the unit running versus the $117,000 that it is to replace this full unit. However, the repairs would not extend the service life of the equipment. Unfortunately, we could put this stuff back together, and then a week from now, we would be faced with the exact same issue and expense 3 times over because there's 3 other compressors in the aging system. So they would not provide an extended life cycle of the equipment. So savings may not also be realized. If it did go back up and it went into, we got the machine running, a month from now, we could have been facing the exact same issue, and then, we're into the equipment another $35,000, and we're already halfway to full replacement. So We weighed all these options, and the decision was made at the end of that. Next slide, please. So the emergency declaration was made. This reduced the procurement to half the time. You know, we looked at the repairs were just they were not fiscally responsible. You know, if you just look at it at a basic level, you know, it sounds like, oh, let's just pay $35,000 to get it up and running. Well, you got to remember that the rest of the equipment down the line is at the end of the life cycle as well. And, you know, we're looking at $30,000 times 4 if we were to make repairs. In addition, the coil is a separate cost. The coil that's rotted out, that would not be addressed during this repair. So what we chose is to go with the smarter path forward, which will give us another 20 to 30 years of life cycle, and at a cost that's basically upfront and a one-time cost, rather than rolling the dice with $30,000 repair. Also, what we did, right? What we like to do in the facilities world is future-proof things. We know that we're next to a very salt air climate, you know, with the fog rolling in. We ask that the vendor treat the coils with a special coating that will prevent this from happening in the future, extending the life of the equipment. In addition, we also were able to get 5,000 extra tons of cooling capacity for the same cost, just because they don't make a 45-ton cooling compressor anymore. And in addition, with the emergency proclamation, we were able to cut the service time by getting the order in very quickly to have this compressor on site and installed preferably into early to mid-summer. So we'll avoid our, you know, Indian summer towards the end. We'll have full cooling capacity just in case an emergency is declared for, you know, a heat wave. This facility is going to be the place to be when that happens. And that's pretty much it. Any questions?
Through the mayor, thank you very much. I really appreciate you bringing all that extra detail. Clearly, this is one of those things that nobody wanted to be dealing with right now, but it's something that we can't avoid. You know, the senior center is one of our primary cooling centers in San Bruno, and it's something that needs to be addressed. So we appreciate your work to make this happen. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions from council? Ross, I want to thank you for being here, and thank you for the explanation. It was, you probably taught us more than we already knew in the beginning about how the system works and its situation. But anyway, thank you very much for being here and presenting. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Now we will go to item I. Adopt resolution approving agreement between the City of San Bruno and the Police Bargaining Unit and authorizing execution by the City Manager. Councilmember Medina.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to point out and to thank both negotiating teams for working out this 4-year contract between the police and the city. So I just wanted to give everyone a thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilmember. With that, again, we have items A. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. I apologize.
And I apologize, I didn't say it sooner. It took me a minute to get my notes out. But for D and E, I just had questions. Not a separate vote, just questions.
Understood. All right, let's go to D, approval of the draft of the special and regular meeting minutes for the meetings of March 22nd and March 29th. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Medina. The question I had about March 29th, if it would be possible for staff, since this was a separate meeting specifically to determine kind of what items we're going to move forward, if we could include the votes for each one of those items. It was a special meeting, and this was the entire purpose of that meeting. So that's my request for March 29th.
Okay, I guess somebody would have to go back in the minutes and look if there were actual motions and seconds, because consensus aren't votes, but I can't recall. I'd have to go back and look myself. So if that can be looked into and we can bring that back, is that okay, City Manager?
Absolutely. So we have notes on the outcome of each of the potential ballot measures, and with so directed, we will annotate those and bring those back for approval at a later date.
Yeah, if there are motions and seconds, yes. Or
Well,
let us see it, and because or I'll go back myself. But yeah,
So then,
yes, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the only clarification then, I think the Vice Mayor was requesting not to pull this item, but to make a comment. But based on what I understand council would like to do, we're actually pulling this item. Staff will go back, make adjustments, and then there's a desire to see it again, and then before you act on it, correct?
I think that recommendation would be fine, or that suggestion would be okay with me. Thank you.
And was it for both the 22nd and 29th, or just the 29th?
Just the 29th, because
Okay.
I mean, I'm okay if council wants to do both, but the 29th, I think it stuck out for me because that was the entire purpose of the meeting, and so I think it should
So
be.
the 29th only, just so the 22nd is good though.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you said E, I believe?
Yes, thank you.
Let me read real quick. Adopt resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with, Bodwee, I'm not going to say it right, I apologize, and associates for professional auditing services for years ending June 30th, 2022 through 2024 for an all-inclusive fee of $139,005. Vice Mayor.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to ask I know that it's often, I guess that recommended that we switch auditing firms every couple of years. And so I did see this one we've had since 15, 16. I did see that the staff is very happy with them. And I also saw that they were the best bid as far as just the pricing, as it appears. So my only question is what would San Bruno looking to do in the future? Is this going to be another 5-year contract, or is there a recommendation at some point to switch auditors? Nothing against the current auditing company. I'm just looking into what best practices. Thank you.
Thank you, the city manager.
Sure. Through the mayor, thank you, Vice Mayor Mason, for the question. I will ask our finance director, Chin Yu Sun, who is here with us to respond.
Thank you, Mayor Mason, for this question. Chin Yu Sun, finance director. So typically, an auditing contract for one term lasts about 3 years. We often go out for renewal of another 3 years. Typically, at that time, the audit firm will switch auditors. It's just one of those rules coming out of the Enron scandal back in the early 2000s. You do recall, and so they do not want to have the auditors and the client develop too cozy relationship. So, and then after 6 years, and it is a standard practice for most public agencies to go out for other competitive solicitation of auditing services. So one is to try to make sure we are getting feedback, getting input from other auditing firms. 2 is, as we all know, often competitive solicitation to keep our costs down. As you can see in this solicitation, we are actually able to cut the cost by almost $20,000 for 3 years.
Yeah, so thank you for the explanation. I think just something just to think about when we do the next procurement in 3 years.
We probably will go out for, I would say, it is quite an exercise for staff to get, for the auditor to get familiar with the city, and for staff to develop a healthy good working relationship with the auditor. I would say it's very likely, unless we're not happy with the auditor. If we're happy with the auditor, it's very likely we may renew it after another 3 years. And then we probably will go out for competitive solicitation in I would say, at this time, I would expect it to do that in 6 years.
So, I'm sorry, so this particular, I apologize if I missed it, but is this for a 3-year contract?
For 3 years, and then we may go for optional renewal after the term ends.
Okay, and that optional renewal would come back?
We would have to ask for council approval. Yes, because usually when that happens, we will ask. So this is what we did with the Maze before. We asked them for an engagement letter. So it's instead of an official solicitation, and then it's kind of more like a negotiation process. we asked for the auditor to give us an engagement letter for the next another 3 years service, and they will propose a fee to us. And then if we feel that the levels are acceptable, we will we'll seek council approval for the contract extension.
Okay, so I appreciate the savings, and I just want to make sure we're staying in line with the best practices that are recommended for municipalities. So just for the next, after 3 years, just to consider that before just making an automatic extension or deciding on an automatic extension. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and my practice and what I've heard from other communities is you usually only keep a firm so long because you do want a fresh eyes, fresh perspective in dealing with, because sometimes you have the same staff and you want to make sure that there's, new eyes looking at it, and especially from new firms. And I know one thing is that you'll find if staff doesn't bring forward a suggestion of shall we say, a continuance of another 3 years, that will tell you something. So if all of a sudden they bring up another recommendation, so that's one thing that I've seen staff do from all directors that I've seen on this is keep the best practices, which is done in the municipalities. So thank you, Finance Director. Okay, I think correct me, but I think we've gotten to all the items, and like I said, this would be action on items A through I. In addition, I'm sorry. So A through I, removing March 29th minutes, with also including item 7A, which is waive the first reading and introduce the ordinance repealing Chapter 10.21. And again, this is minor changes to the state law, so I just wanted you to know that. But at this time, I also want to open it up to see if there's any members of the public that wish to speak on any of those items in addition to 7A first. Then I would bring it back to council, but I kind of wanted everybody to know where we're going with that. Thank you for your patience. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands up at this time from the audience, and so I will bring it back to council for action. Councilmember Hamilton.
I would like to make a motion, move to approve all items under the consent calendar plus item 7A, with the exception of the minutes of the March 29th, 2022 meeting under 60.
Second.
Motion Hamilton, second Medina. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason?
Aye.
Mayor Medina?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. We've already taken, now we'll move on to conduct of business. We've already taken care of item A. We're going to move on to item B. I'll go ahead and read this. Receive report on 15 mile per hour speed limit signs on school zones. And we have a few folks that will be speaking to us on this. And I don't know if the city manager wanted to start or just go into the public workers analyst. Or
Sure.
Please.
Thank you, Mayor Medina, to the council, members of the public at home. As the mayor mentioned, this item is coming to you to discuss a request that the city council had for the staff to investigate lowering speed limits to 15 miles per hour at around school sites and the senior center. And so staff investigated the request with our traffic consultant, Saeed. And so we're here to provide a presentation to the city council, ask for your direction on that. And so our city engineer, Haywan Ritchie, is also available to support this presentation as well. We are, as well as our public works director, Matt Lee. And we'll first turn it over to Saeed to begin the presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. The city manager pointed out, my name is Saeed Bakri. I'm with TJK Consultant. I'm a consultant city traffic engineer. So tonight we are discussing the 15 mile per hour speed limit signs in school zones. Next slide, please. So for the agenda, we have an introduction into the laws and some background, a discussion, and then funding required if the city decides to implement the 15-mile-per-hour zone, and then options and recommendation and questions. Next slide. So the 15-mile-per-hour speed limit near schools, it triggered that because council asked staff about 15-mile-per-hour speed near schools and some other neighboring jurisdictions. So this presentation summarizes staff report and current law about 15-mile-per-hour speed limit near schools. Next slide. On October 26, council expressed safety concerns near schools. The neighboring cities have either reduced speeds limit near K-12 schools or studying and the 15-mile-per-hour near schools. Council also requested staff that staff investigate the city's ability to reduce speed limits near San Bruno schools and San Bruno Senior Center. Just to point out that we have a project, as it was pointed out earlier in the council meeting, that we have a safe route to school project, and this is funded by grant, about $249,000, and it's ongoing. All public schools are participating, all public schools in San Bruno, which include basically the safe route to school includes creating a safe route to school maps, educational programs for kids and parents, and some engineering improvements in terms of crossing and striping and signage. The current project is in the process of public outreach. Walk audits at school sites are scheduled from April 14 to April 28. It's coming. And then safe route to school plan anticipated to be presented to council at the end of this year. Next slide. And this just shows the city of San Bruno limits and the schools that are participating. I believe it's about 12 public schools. Next slide. Back to the 15-mile-per-hour. So as you know, California Vehicle Code, CVC, is the section of the California Code dealing with operation, ownership, and registration of vehicles, including bicycles. So prior to 2008, CVC identified a default or prima facie speed limit of 25 miles per hour on local street and street contiguous to school ground, and it was up to 500 without the need of engineering and traffic survey. And this was the law before 2008. Assembly Bill 321 became effective in January 2008, allowing local agencies to extend the 25 mile per hour speed limit up to 1,000 feet from the school grounds, and also the ability to establish 15 mile per hour speed limit in school zones up to 500 from school grounds under certain conditions. And the conditions are, the street with maximum of 2 lane and posted speed limit of 30 miles per hour or less. AB 325 does not apply to senior centers. So this is basically an example of signs. From 1,000 feet from school ground, as you see, it says speed limit 25 miles per hour. This street originally it's in another jurisdiction. It was 30 miles per hour, but 1,000 feet from the school, and the limit is 25 miles per hour when the children are present. And then it's not applicable when the school is in session or weekends or holidays. And also 500 feet from school grounds, you can see the other sign which says 15 miles per hour when children are present. So basically what is required to do this? It's a study documenting all provisions of CVC. Just to point out, this study is not really dealing with speed. It's looking at the streets, justifying why you lower the speed, and look at some accident reports and making sure that the provisions of CVC applies for that kind of street. And then a council action establishing reduced speed on those school zones. So this is a California Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Device. This is goes along with CVC. It's a federal standard, and every state modifies. So this is a California manual, which is based on federal manual. It basically says on the left a school ground, and then it shows at 1,000 feet where you can put the signs. And this is just a simple because there might be multiple streets involved. And then within 500, the drawing on the right shows within 500 feet, you put the speed limit 15 miles per hour. And then there's a new law that just came October 2021. It's called Assembly Bill 43. So AB 43 authorizes local agencies to reduce speed in residential and business districts to 20 or 15 miles per hour based on engineering and traffic survey. So it used to be minimum speed was 25. Now you could reduce to 20 or 15 based on that survey that the MUTCD or California Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Device, Caltrans, tell you how to do the survey and by radar. AB 43 has a lot of provisions about traffic. So most of the provisions will not be effective until Caltrans and California Judicial Council have developed and formalized procedures related to the new provisions. Staff estimate these provisions may not be effective until 2024 because of the time required for Caltrans and others to update their rules and regulation, including California MUTCD. Public and private schools, there are about 15 private and public schools in the city of San Bruno. Preliminary review of school locations indicate that all of the schools may be located with qualifying locations meeting the CVC criteria for 15 miles per hour speed limit signs within 500 from the school ground. This just gives you an idea of all the, I believe they're all the schools in San Bruno. It shows 1,000 feet from school ground, how many streets might be involved, just a pictorial idea. Next slide. And then this slide shows the 500 feet in blue, so that will have 15 miles per hour on those streets if they qualify. There will be some financial impact if the city decides to implement the reduced 15 miles per hour speed limit, 500 from schools, and then extend the 25 miles to 1,000 from school ground. It will require the city to budget a capital improvement project for about $300,000 to cover the cost of performing a study, an engineering study, preparing plans and bid documents, advertising projects for construction and the cost of construction and contract administration. In addition, the police department will need one additional officer to implement it, about $191,900 per year, and one police motorcycle for one-time cost of $73,100 to enforce the reduced speed limit near schools. The next slide, please. So there are some challenges. It's noteworthy to mention that speeding issues are complex in street design, geometry of the road, landscaping, number of lane width, and other factors, the driver age and driver education, all those plays a role. It's not just sign and enforcement. Sign and enforcement can reduce speeding in some instances, but it's not a complete solution. Next slide. So before I go to the recommendation, I think it's to point out, to just stress that the PD has mentioned that their staff, that increasing one additional, they currently have one officer, and if you increase one additional officer, it will allow that officer to enforce, if we implement at all 15 schools, to enforce once a month at each school site. And then if they hire two officers that will allow them to enforce the 15-mile-per-hour speed at each school site twice a month. So it will be a big impact on their staffing. As a recommendation, the staff wants to discuss the guidance and get guidance from the council. The options that city could do is, or council, should I read it or council members want to read it? I'll read it. So direct staff to immediately identify funds to implement 15 mile per hour at school zones, and obviously extend it 25 miles per hour to 1,000 feet, or bring back to the city council for prioritization and identification of funding at the upcoming council budget study session. The other option is to discuss the next steps after city council receives safe route to school plan in the winter of 2022 and 2023. And one other option is to request that the Traffic Safety and Parking Committee, TSPC, look into this matter along with the safe route to school plan and provide recommendation to the city council. And then if you have any questions, I'm here. Haywan and Matt is here to help me.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, and thank you for the report and information. What I'd like to do is ask colleagues if there are questions on the presentation. Then we'll open it up to the public, and then we will bring it back for further discussion and or direction. Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I have one question, which is, given that there aren't any formal procedures in place for under AB 43 yet, and there won't be until 2024, if we act now, is there a level of risk that we would need to undo or redo parts of this work if we were to take action before that?
The current law allows you to do the 15 miles per hour in your schools, and AB 43 doesn't change that. AB 43 allows you to do 15 and 20 miles per hour at residential street and also at business district. So it's not changing the school rules.
Great. Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions on the presentation from colleagues at this time? If not, then I'd like to have members of the public in our community, please raise your virtual hand if you'd like to speak, and then I will ask our city clerk to please bring you into the room.
The first speaker is Jennifer Blanco. Jennifer, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you, City Clerk. Good evening, City Council members, City Manager, staff, and members of our community. I'm actually speaking tonight as one of the trustees for the San Bruno Park School District. I want to thank you so much for having this topic come before you at tonight's meeting. The reason being is there was a student that hit a car at Parkside after pickup, which I don't know if you all are very familiar, but that place is a little hectic after school. Not so hectic in the morning for drop-off, but more hectic for pickup. There was a student that ran into another classmate's mom's car. The student fell right in front of me, and thank God my girlfriend who was driving so slow that if we would have been going 25, I'm sure we would have hit him. This is actually a topic that I've asked our board president to bring forward before we meet to our Joint Executive Advisory Committee. I currently am one of the trustees that is serving on the Joint Executive Advisory Committee, and so this is one less item I need to ask for the the 2 members of City Council, City Manager, Superintendent, and 2 members of our board, which I'm one of those. So I want to say thank you for having this item again, because it's a real concern with how fast people are driving around our schools, especially during drop-offs and pickups. And in seeing the slides there with your presentation with the recommendations, I just would humbly ask, don't wait to move forward on this. And as far as the recommendations number 3 and 4, I'd like to recommend number 1 and 2. So thank you once again, and thank you for the time to speak. You all have a good night.
Thank you for your comments. Have a good evening as well. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Paul Wapinski. Well, whenever you're ready. Yes, whenever you're ready.
Okay, I got a question on the staff report. The fiscal impact says it's $191,000 for one officer, but it also says for 1 or 2 officers. So is that 191,000 times 2, or is it 191 divided by 2? Because it seems like it's pretty darn high for one person. Also, doing just some quick math, that means that person's got to write 8 tickets a day, and if they're only going to be at one school, I don't see that 8 tickets per day is to break even for that person's salary is going to happen, since people are going to be in and out of the school like with less than an hour, so that guy's going to be pretty busy during pickup and drop off time. The second thing is it was mentioned that the senior center was also included in this, but nothing was mentioned about that. So are we talking about Crystal Springs Road being a 15-mile-an-hour zone? Because that's a pretty major thoroughfare, and I think you're going to have traffic problems if you do that. So I think you need to go back and talk about that if that's part of the plan, because it wasn't included in the brief. And I would say I don't have a problem with the 15-mile-an-hour speed, but I think the enforcement, hiring somebody permanently, I think that's too much money to spend. I think we could probably do that with what we have in order to have teachers or student teachers' aides out there kind of keeping the traffic down. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
I see no other hands raised.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. We'll go ahead and bring it back to Council for any comments or thoughts. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So one of the questions that was brought up at one of the chat with the chiefs was that came actually from some of the non-public schools, and whether they too would be receiving the same assistance. And one of the questions that I had was whether the crossing guard that's located right now in front of San Bruno Park on Crystal Springs in the middle of, I can't figure out if that crossing guard is there to assist both St. Roberts and Parkside, and maybe that's why they're strategically placed there. But is that individual an employee of the city?
I don't know. I'm sorry. Crossing guards, to my knowledge, are employed through the city of San Bruno in a capacity. And I can ask the city manager or staff to correct me on that.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Medina. The city does not employ crossing guards as city employees. There is a crossing guard contract that the city does pay for San Bruno Park school districts. The specific crossing guard that is asked about, that is near St. Robert's School, I believe that's the location we're talking about. It's my understanding that that is not a part of the city program, but we do have Traffic Sergeant Jean Wong from the police department in the room who can clarify. But we'll get that information to council directly. But it's my understanding that that is not a part of the contract that the city pays for San Bruno Park School District.
I think, and then just another, I don't know if this might be a suggestion, but maybe before making a decision, should it go to the 2x2 committee first to maybe discuss a little bit further, I think, what the expectations are on both sides, and then see if there could be some further collaboration on cost and as well as schools. But I think that's also a matter of balancing staff time. The cost is high, but I get a little concerned that there are a lot of schools and there's a lot of kids, and we want them all to be safe.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, City Manager. Yes, we thank you. They're not true employees of the city. However, we do oversee the contract that we take care of for the district, or for the youth of the community. Councilman Medina.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, staff, for this report. Like many things, there are costs associated, and in this case, a pretty high cost. My question for staff is, in establishing the 15-mile-an-hour limit, if staff could kind of go through that, because it's my understanding with the typical speed survey, they get into percentiles, and then that speed survey that we did was last done in 2016, and we need to do that a new one now or real soon, because I believe they're good for every 5 years. Would those, can we just add these streets to that speed survey to kind of reduce the cost, since we're going to go ahead and do the speed? We should be doing a speed survey anyhow. That's my first question.
Which staff member would like to handle that?
Maybe I'll take it.
Please.
The speed survey that Council Member Medina pointed out, and that's correct. Those are with radar survey, and you do all the streets and you look at the percentage. But this, the 15 miles per hour doesn't need a radar survey or that kind of survey. This is a kind of a report looking at each school site, justifying doing this. It's not a very structured study like that one, or legal, because it's already approved. So, but you want to go and look at the situation of the street, the kids, the existing signs, and perhaps some collisions. So you make a justification for, basically for council, that it's needed or not needed, or which kind of street, which streets around each schools will qualify and which one will not qualify. It's basically a very different study. And then prepare the plans and specification for installation of signs. Sometimes some of the existing signs need to be removed. So in terms of cost, it's basically at least 10 signs has to be installed roughly in near schools, and some signs maybe need to be relocated. And in terms of the 5 years that the law, so I have to point out that the survey has to be done every 5 years. You can extend it to 7 years and 10 years. The new AB 43, one of the things they have changed it is you can extend it up to 14 years if an engineer studies all the survey and make a justification that the condition of street hasn't changed. Again, that's not applicable yet because there are some stuff has to be figured out, but that's also coming. So maybe this time we'll do it. I think staff was thinking to look at all the streets that currently need update, but I think PD also wanted to add some other streets that's not in the list, include all of it. So combining the two may not save, because these are really different kind of study, different kind of survey.
Okay, so even though we do this new type of study, it doesn't mean that we would justify reducing the speed?
this is not the percentage you're looking at the driver, how fast they go, because it's already approved for CVC. Without a study of that kind, you can reduce it. What it means is a kind of report to council and a council action. That's all it means.
All right, I just want to make sure that was clear, that by doing the study, we would be able to reduce it to 15.
Correct.
Okay. All right, I'll listen to some other questions. I want to think that over a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Do we have other colleagues who haven't spoken yet or have a question at this time? And if not, we will go back. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Salazar?
Thank you. Yeah, I think my hand's a little hard to see on the color of the wall, so apologize for that.
No problem.
My question is around any sort of data. So, Saeed, this question is for you. So, Assembly Bill 321 has been around since 2008. Is there any empirical data that shows, where the 15 mile per hour speed limit has had a significant impact on safety? And I think that would be something that would make this, more compelling. If we knew that it had been implemented elsewhere, that it's making a significant difference, or that it's not. Is there any of that data available?
First, it has implemented, I personally implemented or helped to implement City of Mountain View, where I was in traffic engineer. Similarly, we have 15 schools. It made a lot of people happy, residents and schools and parents and students. And in terms of the data, I haven't seen any data after it was changed. In some other cities, San Jose have done, certain school districts, Sunnyvale has done. So a lot of cities have already done in Santa Clara County that I'm more familiar. In terms of data, after the study, I haven't seen any data, but I should point out that when California MUTCD change these signs or implement new stuff, they always doesn't do it at one step, or CVC. They do tests. They actually do empirical. They test on certain locations, not on a public street. Then they allow these tests to be done on public streets for a while, and they approve it conditionally. Once it goes to the code, studies have been done in terms of safety and results and everything. So at least that part I can say, since it's in the CVC and California TCD, the degree of reduction in speed, I don't know, I'm not aware. And I'm not aware of any studies after the fact, after it has been changed and implemented.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, the difference of 10 miles per hour, it doesn't seem like that much, but I imagine it's significant when you're talking about reaction time, and especially now that everybody's so distracted while they're driving, it could make a significant difference. I mean, I did a quick calculation. 10 miles per hour amounts to something like 20 feet per second. So in 1 second, you could have, gone an extra 20 feet. That it could actually be the difference between avoiding hitting a young child running across the street. So I'm pretty sure that lowering the speed limit is probably a good thing. My concern comes around whether or not posting a sign actually makes a difference to people's behavior. And when we talk about the cost of doing the study, the cost of enforcement and everything, at the end of the day, if we're saving lives, it's a great investment. But if we're not changing people's behaviors, if people don't really care what's posted and they continue to do what they personally feel is safe, then it's a waste of money. I also had questions about the estimated cost of $300,000 to do this. So it seems like to implement this, we really only need to find streets that have already had a 30 mile per hour posted limit and have at least 2 lanes. And so identifying those and then putting up new signs, where does the rest of that cost come into play when we make that estimate?
Let me respond maybe first to the, I completely agree about science that doesn't change behavior completely, but there are elements of education, and Safe Route to School program is really one of those that goes to every school to talk to the teachers and parents and PTA and create a program. So education together with, once you reduce the 15 miles per hour, then there's that education element and also enforcement element. In terms of cost, we looked at the study and preparing plans and specifications. It might be more than, because there's a lot of, from my personal experience, there are a lot of signs. You don't want a 30 mile per hour sign on an existing location where before it you say 25 miles, then it says 30 miles, then it says 15 miles. So there might be other signs they have to be removed, and you have to look at the streets. So the streets that has 25 miles per hour also, they will be affected because near school within 500, then you have to put 500. 15 miles per hour. So looking at all those, preparing the plans, not only signs, the post and a good location, and the cost of these signs are going up too. And then construction comes and do that, and also we have some elements of contingency and management, both consultant management by staff and also construction inspection and management. So all those costs adds up to about $300,000.
Okay. And then in terms of safe routes to schools, some of the outcomes of that, can we expect that there would be some recommendations about where, where the majority of school-age children are walking, where they cross, which intersections require more attention? Something that has been mentioned to me before is just, possibly having more signs that are more noticeable. So like on some intersections, we have flashing crossing lights. If we were to say, rather than spend a lot of effort in looking at just at this, could there potentially be a more significant or more immediate benefit from more enforcement and drawing more attention to those intersections that we know already are problematic, or perhaps the ones that are highlighted as part of that study?
Yes, these studies overlap. Also, city has a local roadway safety plan, which looks at all the collisions and the data. The Safe Route to Schools looks at a lot of input, feedback from residents and from schools and teachers and parents. And that's why we have all those walkthroughs, and also identify these intersection where people think it needs help, and also there's a consultant that look at those locations. And one of the elements is, yes, the engineering element, where they have to improve the signs, improve the striping, and publish actually for each site of the school with the school help. Or show them how to do it, a safe route to school where parents can take those. And there are to create some program where parents by turn walk the students, 10 students with one parent, and then the other from one neighborhood, and then the other parent comes next. And they have a specific route, so they call it kind of a walking bus. So those programs, yeah, those are all part of Safe Route to School. Safe Route to School is very heavy on that education, and also, putting these programs together, non-engineering, but it has elements of engineering too.
Okay, and just to touch on a question that we got from the public, there's no version of anything that we're discussing here that would affect the senior center. That's completely out of scope of what we're discussing.
The AB 43 will affect senior center, because any street could be lowered to 15 or 20 miles per hour, including senior center, if the survey justified. But this is a blank. This doesn't need that kind of survey. The school is prima facie or default, and during when kids are present, you can put sign 15 miles per hour. It's just need council action. So it doesn't force the local agency to do it, but it allows them to do it. But the AB 43 could be applicable to any place, including senior centers.
So it does apply to main thoroughfares, not just residential streets?
If that survey justifies that 85% I speak, or 15 right above it and 85% below it, then it's justified.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Before Councilmember Hamilton, if it's okay with you, thank you. You knew what I was going to ask. Thank you. Can I ask City Manager or City Staff, you had something, and also somebody had asked just a clarifying question in regards to the 191,000. Was that an officer or what? But City Manager, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Medina. Just to your last clarifying point. Yeah, so there was a public question about the cost of an additional traffic officer. In the staff report, it does note that each traffic officer costs fully loaded $891,000. So that is for each officer, and that's fully loaded salary plus benefits. It also notes that the city, each additional traffic officer would require a motorcycle at a cost of approximately $73,000. And so there's an ongoing fully loaded cost as well as the one-time capital cost. And the report talks a little bit about one officer versus two officers and the level of enforcement. To clarify that point, I just wanted to note that staff did provide a breakdown of the $300,000 cost. The traffic engineer did go through it, but at a high level, it's $70,000 for the study, $10,000 for project management, $150,000 for actually the installation of signs at the 15 school sites. But it's important to note that should it be implemented, it's not just posting 15-mile-per-hour signs. It's 25-mile-per-hour signs 1,000 feet away and 15-mile-per-hour signs 500 feet away. And so there's a number of signs at each school site that would need to be implemented. Construction contingency of roughly $30,000 and then an overall project contingency as well. And so I just wanted to highlight that. In addition, I think we've said it, but I just wanted to clarify that there is currently the Safe Routes to School project that is going on that is funded by a grant for approximately $300,000 as well. It's important to note that that project, as mentioned before, is looking at all of our public school sites. That project will return a series of recommendations for traffic calming measures at those public school sites, which may include reducing the speed to 15 miles per hour, as well as a more nuanced recommendation about what particular intersections or traffic calming treatments would be appropriate for each site. And so that is already a project that is funded ongoing and with the recommendations due to be provided in the winter of 22-23 fiscal year. What we're talking about now is one particular traffic calming tool that we would undertake the analysis of that and potentially look at applying that to all schools.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Hamilton.
So thank you for that, City Manager, because I wanted to ask about the Safe Routes to School and what potentially we would expect to come out of it. I don't think necessarily waiting on everything until then is the best course of action either. And I'm wondering if it would be possible to, rather than approach it with an all or nothing approach, to perhaps do like a pilot with one school to and focus just on one school, probably maybe one of the more egregious schools that have problems like Parkside, and what would it look like if we focused just on one school, did the engineering, got the put up the signs, and then maybe started to observe and to see what the effects of those are, because that could be another input for the Safe Routes to School program about what works and what doesn't before we go attack the full 15 schools. It's just an idea that I thought I'd throw out there.
The City Hall?
Sure. I'll attempt to first cut at a response to that and toss it to our traffic engineer. Councilmember Hamilton, what I understand the question would be is, can we start with one school? And you mentioned Parkside. I think it's in particular to talk about Parkside because one of the examples that was mentioned earlier and the challenge at Parkside is that it's so compacted there, oftentimes at pickup and drop off, you can't go 15 miles per hour, right? So we could post 15 mile per hour signs there and, at least during pickup and drop off, the high periods, it may not actually have a net effect, right? And so that is the intent of the Safe Routes to Schools study, is to take a detailed analysis at each of the public school sites. So it's important to note for Safe Routes to Schools, it wasn't limited to public schools. Actually, we asked all schools to participate. We just haven't had participation from the private schools yet. But it's a detailed analysis to determine what additional tools are appropriate given that unique circumstance. And so if we did pick one school, I think we need to do some, study around which school would be appropriate. But also, I think in order to truly determine whether it had an impact, we need to probably install the little traffic count devices where you can actually measure cars and potentially speed, to actually have some data to say, without enforcement or with enforcement, are people speeding down, right? Because you can post a sign, but that doesn't mean that people are actually going to reduce their speed. And it's important to note that this is 15 miles per hour when children are present, not all the time, too. And so you really need to triangulate that and really do a real study to determine whether it had an effect or not. Please feel free to chime in if I did not say anything.
I completely agree. One of the things is, for one school, some of the time, some of the work we need to do is the same. Look at that one school and also do the action by council. The other thing is, certainly the council can do that at one school, but each school site is different, as you know. Each neighborhood is different. So maybe that first one will be very successful, or maybe it will fail, but that doesn't mean in another school, in another street, it will be successful. So that's the danger of looking at just one site and deciding the whole thing based on one site, because they're so different, the way it's designed and everything.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say one other comment. I just want to echo something that's been said a couple of times here that I think is important, and that is that reducing speed around the schools could be quite helpful, but it is not going to solve all of our problems. I think it's been said a couple of times here. Many of the problems that are in place are unrelated to speed, as the city manager mentioned. I was one of those parents who was finding it impossible to drive faster than 10 miles an hour at pickup near Parkside. A lot of the problems at Parkside are because the front of that school was not engineered properly. That was something that we tried to address when I was on TSPC years ago, but the district wouldn't engage with us, and they ended up putting in a single lane drop-off lane, which means that all 800 kids wait for the slowest kid to come out of school, and it just turns into a mess. So I guess my point here is that whatever we do here isn't going to be the be-all, end-all of fixing this problem, because it's not just about speed. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Mason.
Yeah, I think, thank you. Just listening to everybody and listening to the complexity of this, I just want to bring up maybe a couple suggestions. One is, I definitely think we need to have our 2x2 subcommittee with the school district, and I know that I believe that our city manager and the superintendent are working on planning that. So this would be an item to agendize there, just to really, I think, begin the conversation, because I think we're really starting to actually have a real dialogue about this, to determine what's the school working on, what are we working on together, maybe through the Safe Routes to School, and then what is the city working on. I know at one point we live very close to Parkside, and what I will say is that if one street is 15 miles per hour, I can easily see traffic going down another street, because that's what happens now when there's a backup, right? Like there's a backup on our street, so then it goes a parallel street over. And if you go a parallel street to the left, then you're running into St. Robert's traffic. And if you go a parallel street to the right, then you may end up with traffic going to the freeways, going up, all the way up to Rosewood to John Muir. And then you go the other way and you're going towards Cappuccino traffic. So there's traffic all over the place in the morning. And I just want to say I'd like a little bit more information on it before, we commit. I think the other thought is just knowing how expensive it is. And this is not to say that any of this expense is worth anybody getting injured, but I'm wondering if it should be a strategic initiative that we budget for, because clearly there's interest and clearly there's support. But I do think we need more information. And then to find out at one point, I know when we first, this was just a letter we got from the district, and I should actually ask someone who I know very closely, but I'm not sure whatever happened. At one point, the San Bruno Park School District was going to pay for some kind of a roundabout. And I hadn't thought about it in years, actually, until I just thought of it right now when we've been talking about this. And I still remember the superintendent having a community meeting saying that there was going to be $1.5 to $2 million set aside for a roundabout to try to ease traffic. And so I am curious to know, and I can easily ask that I should put it on the record. That might be something worth looking into, whatever happened to that. I know that at the school we went to was a nightmare at the beginning of the year after coming back from COVID. And the principal of our school stands outside every single morning directing traffic. They staggered the school start times, and traffic is 100% better. And I think everybody respects each other and follows the rules, and it's smooth. So I'm just throwing out a couple of different things, but I think just at a high levels, I would say I think that conversation should continue, but we may want to look at this more as a longer-term strategic initiative, because we're talking about quite a big investment. It also gives us time to find out what bus routes the school's doing and whether there's going to be additional funds available there. And then meanwhile, having a 2x2 ongoing committee where we really get into some of the details of how we can best work together and use the resources that we have to make this impactful, and not just a decision that may not really produce the results we want. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Medina.
Yes, thank you. Very good conversation here. I do agree that we should involve the 2x2. We also have to be aware of the timing of this, and as we get to budget, this is something that we should be talking about also during budget. We do have an ongoing Safe Routes to School program, and it may be possible that they are going to suggest putting some speed bumps or a speed table, but raised crosswalks at those crosswalks, which will make cars slow down. I think you have to probably hit that one time, and it comes back to how if there are no consequences, the behavior is not going to change. So putting up a sign isn't going to stop people from speeding. I mean, there's 65-mile-an-hour speed limits in California, maybe higher in other places, but I'm sure most people speed. So the having these signs and not enforcing them is kind of a waste. Not entirely a waste, but there has to be a consequence, and that consequence needs to be, I think, because I believe as I'm getting older, is people really have a disrespect for the rules, and people speed and do all kinds of other things, and these typically are parents that are picking up or dropping off their own children. I've been at Parkside during drop-off, and there's no way you can go 15 miles an hour because there's a long queue of cars lined up and down the street, and maybe after that half an hour of drop-off, there may be somebody that's going to be speeding, but the way people are going to slow down is if they get a ticket or if they see a police officer. So I think we should be aware of the time that we're talking about this as we're approaching budget, as we have the safe routes to school coming back, and if I think in our 2x2 meeting, I think there's supposed to be like a major redesign at Parkside, and so I don't know when that's going to occur, but I believe they will be looking at the entry to the school, and hopefully this time they'll design it properly. So those are my comments.
Thank you, everybody, for the discussion. And I appreciate it. I had brought this up, and again, like I said, I was reading it in the Daily Journal for what the city of San Mateo was doing. I think it might be advantageous also for that to be seen. What is San Mateo doing? What have they done? Because obviously that was something that they've already began discussion on. The city manager already suggested and recommended that in these budgetary items that you do it with the budget, right? Because it is an investment and a strategic initiative. And Councilmember Medina had kind of just mentioned about some people would say, well, why don't you just put speed bumps? That would, like you said, you hit it once, you tend to slow down. So for a cost analysis, I feel strongly that this is something that is important to be continued and looked at and studied and worked on. It is not, and Councilmember Hamilton is correct, it is not the answer. It will not solve everyone doing that. But again, if something can be done to where it slows down traffic and everyone understands, I mean, it's sincere in my mind, 25 at a school, no ands, ifs, or buts. You were taught that when you drove, when you got your test. If that mindset gets changed to 15 and people are more cognizant and do slow down and are mindful, that can save lives. And if something has that opportunity to make a difference in a positive way to help injury and harm, I think it is very much worth continuing to discuss and to look forward to. And there are a lot of puzzles, i.e. the safe route to schools, the school district, the collaboration. And so I would like to see that continue in those facets. And City Manager, I'm going to ask you if that gives you enough thoughts. It doesn't give guidance, it just says receive a report, but you probably received more than you thought you were going to get tonight, but any thoughts?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Why don't I recap what I think the direction is, just to make sure we have concurrence, or at least a majority. So we will agendize this item for our 2x2, which is 2 members of the City Council, 2 members of the San Bruno Park School District that meet with both the City Manager and the Superintendent as a specific discussion point. We will also talk about this during our budget conversations. And I've heard comments tonight about potentially doing a pilot program or waiting to see what the recommendations from the Safe Routes to School program are. And a number of conversations around various traffic calming measures and what those would do. So that's the direction that I heard, is that we'll agendize it for the 2x2. We will talk about it at budget, and then I think that budget conversation will be the deciding factor on if we sort of budget an action in the budget or wait for the safe route to school recommendations, and we'll have a treatment for each school. If I have concurrence, I'm good. There was actually one thing I had in my notes to say, just not to prolong the discussion, but I did want to say it because public safety did point this out to me. Some of the traffic calming measures, like a speed bump or a speed table that were mentioned by Councilmember Medina, actually slow traffic 24 hours a day, which is a speed limit of reducing to 25 miles or 15 miles per hour only applies when children are present, and you don't need a police officer to enforce a speed bump or a traffic table. And so if we're really looking at the specific solution for each school, there may actually be traffic calming tools that may have a lower overall cost and achieve the same objective. So when we were having the discussion, I should have said that, but I just wanted to make sure that I said it tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for that summarization. And again, a thumbs up will be fine or nod of the head. The summary that the city manager gave, is that kind of what everybody has heard and concurred to? Nobody's giving me any. Yes, I have one thumbs up, two thumbs up. I have a smile. Okay. Anybody else? I see a majority. So I don't see everybody, but I do see a majority that are, as outlined by the city manager, to proceed on that path. If anybody disagrees with what I've just said, please speak now. If not, city manager, I think you have your direction.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time and the report and getting that back for us to look at. Thank you. Next item is item C. I'll read this. Appointment of two city council, appointment of two city council members to an ad hoc committee for public opinion poll research related to potential November 2022 city-sponsored ballot measures. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor Medina, members of the City Council, and members of the public. This item is requesting that the City Council appoint two members of the City Council to an ad hoc committee that will work with staff and the city's public opinion poll consultant to develop a likely voter survey for various ballot measures that the City Council is considering for the upcoming November 2022 general election. And so it is requested that that committee be established. We'll meet during the later weeks of this month, April, and early into May to develop specific poll questions. The goal is for the likely voter poll to be what's called in the field in May, with those results provided to the full City Council and discussed during the month of June. And so we are requesting that action tonight and that establishment of the subcommittee that would work with both staff and the consultant to develop that survey.
Thank you, City Manager. You've heard the verbal report from the City Manager on his request for a ad hoc committee to be appointed. Are there any questions to his report? And again, I'm okay with thumbs up or whatever. Does the council wish, is there consensus in which to have a ad hoc committee appointed? I see yes one, yes two, yes, I got a nod there, so that's three. Okay, there is a consensus to have, oh, thank you. There is a consensus to have an ad hoc committee appointed. At this time, you know, I know that's being requested, so, and I know there's, City Manager can always correct me, please, but I know there's kind of a timing element of that too, so it's something that needs to be done sooner than later, and I know that there are schedule constraints for some, or have commitments that they are obligated to, and so I think what might be best if I just ask the body, my colleagues they're volunteers to serve on this ad hoc committee. If so, if you could put your, you know, it doesn't need to be virtual, can be your hand up or something, and let it be known, and we can ask that first. Are there any members of the body that wish to volunteer? Thank you, Mr. Medina, especially today. Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to volunteer? I think Mr. Medina is enjoyable to serve on an ad hoc committee with.
Does that mean I get a chance
to with him? But I would very much like to do this, but I'm one of those who have immediate short-term obligation that would make me a hindrance to it. So
no, it's not a hindrance. It's just you've got commitments. So that's why and I know there's others that do too, and so that's why I'm bringing that up, and I thought this would be the easiest. Vice Mayor?
Can I just ask a question? Because I think that ad hoc committee is a great idea. I just worry about being overcommitted. But can we start the conversation with the existing 2x2 committee and then see where we go with that? Because you already, I mean, the conversation.
Which 2x2?
Well, so in this committee, what would be the scope? Let me ask that.
This would be it would be for the public opinion poll research. You'd be meeting with, I believe, the consultant staff, and the ad hoc committee would be coming up with the opinion poll questions that would be going out to the community. The council members would not be making those calls or things like that. I don't want to get that impression. And I he stood up and I want him to clarify for us since you asked that.
You know, he actually did explain this in our one-on-one, but feel free to for the public. I would just say that I'm open to it. It's just we just have to find the time, but I would love to serve on that one, on the ad hoc committee. Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry, City Manager, did you want to opine on anything else?
Vice Mayor Mason, when she mentioned 2x2, we actually have a few 2x2s, but there's the 2x2 that works with the school district for various matters, and then there's also a 2x2 that works with the Crestmore development for soccer, future soccer and recreation use there. But this is specific to the potential November 22 ballot measures and a likely poll for those measures.
Thank you, City Manager. Yes, just for clarity. Okay, so with that, we had Councilmember Medina, Vice Mayor Mason, who were kind enough to volunteer for that, and we'll work with staff and the team to engage on that, and thank you both. Okay, with that, we have concluded conduct of business. We will now move on to item 8, which is a public hearing. Hold public hearing and adopt a resolution adjusting the master fee schedule to be effective with July 1st, 2022. And we're going to be having our finance director help to lead us in this. And this is the last item of business for us tonight. And again, it is a public hearing. And so we will hear from staff. We'll ask for council questions on the presentation. We will go to the public for input, close public hearing, bring it back to council for further discussion and or comments and deliberation. And Director.
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor and the members of the Council, Chen Yu-Sung, Finance Director. Tonight, on the last item, I would like to request the Council to hold public hearing and adopt a resolution adjusting the master fee schedule to be effective on July 1st, 2022. Our agenda includes the background information on the master fee schedule, and then refreshing everybody's memory on the cost recovery policy, and we will propose some fee increases. And then there are also a couple of departments, the CE and Public Works, to propose some fee changes. We'll explain the public notice process and provide a staff recommendation, and Amy and I will respond to any questions that you may have. So the background of the master fee schedule, I think most people have remembered vividly because it hasn't been that long ago. Weldon Financial Services completed a citywide user fee study in the spring of 2021. The City Council approved a fully burdened hourly staff rate user fees and a user fee cost recovery policy together with the budget on June 2022 on June 22nd, 2021. There was a resolution 2152 stipulates that the new user fees shall increase on July 1st of every year based on CPI of the previous calendar year. So here's a summary of the cost recovery policy on its purpose. The policy is supposed to help the city to establish an appropriate rationale for the level of a general fund tax subsidy of programs, services, and facilities based on categories of service and levels of public versus individual benefits. It will allow for expansion and enhancement of services by utilizing tax and program revenues more effectively, therefore allowing the city to enhance staffing and resources for development projects from development fees. And it will allow our fees for service to the cost of the program and then for the services delivered. When we established the cost recovery policy, we took into consideration of some factors. For instance, the community-wide factors versus special benefit, service recipient versus service driver, and San Bruno residents versus non-residents, and availability of the service in the current marketplace, and then effective pricing on the demand for services. And the user fee shown now to change the homeowner should not charge homeowner less than contractor, will not charge a big developer more than homeowners or small contractors. We're not allowed to charge large business or corporations more than small or medium-sized businesses for the same kind of services. There are several under the council guidance, there are several levels of cost recovery. There's full cost recovery or near full cost recovery between 80 to 100%. For instance, the building permit is a very good example. We try to recover 100% on building permit issuance. There's also medium cost recovery that's between 40 to 79. So those things are subsidized by the city. One of the programs on the medium cost recovery is the middle school recreation program, and some of them are much more additionally subsidized by the city. We call the low cost recovery. That's those services that recover about less than 40% of the cost the city incurs. For instance, the senior launch program is a good example in that category. So for the next fiscal year, starting July 2022, the proposed fee increases for the next fiscal year. There's several types of increase. Per the council adopted a user fee cost recovery, there are two types of increase on the schedule. One is certain user fees proposed to increase between 50 to 100%. We can increase it over two-year period. The fees that are proposed to increase by more than 100% are to be increased over four-year period. And as adopted by the cost recovery policy, fully burdened hourly rates are to be increased by CPI increase of the previous calendar year. In the calendar year 2021, the CPI increased by 4.2%. And development impact fees and affordable housing impact fees and parking in lieu fees. Those are outside the user fee study conducted by Weldon. Those were established by council resolution in 2019 and 2020. Based on the resolution, these fees are supposed to increase at a California Construction Cost Index annually. The period for the California Construction Cost Index increase is from February to February. So from February 2021 to February 2022, the California Construction Cost Index increased significantly by 17%. But I don't think that's a news to everybody. We all heard about the supply chain disruption, labor shortages. That's all contributing to the cost increase in construction. They are not really. CPI is a factor of the construction cost index increase, but there are additional factors impacting this construction cost index. So based on those guidelines, how I wanted to show the council some examples of how the fees are increased. So the first category is the fees are going to increase between 50 to 100%. We're supposed to increase at 2-year later. And the example I'm using is a inspection fee for single-family dwelling. Our current rate based on this fiscal year is $142, and then $152 is the proposed rate for fiscal year 23. Actually, this 156 rate is the full target cost, as studied by Weldon. The next category is the fees that increase by more than 100%, or where to increase it at a 4-year ladder. So one good example is the business license application fee for in-town business. Our current year rate is $50. Next year, for fiscal year 22-23, we're proposing to increase to 64. These were set schedule in the Weldon study. Actually, for business license application for in-town, the full cost is actually allowed by the full cost is $236 for the fee, but the council didn't allow us to increase to that level. During the last council discussion, I think the council only allowed us to increase the business license application for fee for in-town business up to $94. So you will see the fee gradually growing out by fiscal year 2024-25. You will see the fee for business license application increase to $94. That's the max by the council. After that, it will probably increase by CPI. The next one is the fully burdened hourly rate. I take an example of a building inspector. These are inspection fee per hour. So current rate for the building inspector every hour is $157. We tag in a 4.2% increase of CPI for the next fiscal year. The rightful rate would be $163. As you know, the cost of the city will go up with all the benefit, and then salaries naturally are the fees we charge the public for providing this kind of service should go up accordingly as well. Development impact fee, that's the one we increase the California construction cost impact of 17%. So this fee current year we're charging $23,148 for multifamily residential units, and then next year tag on 17% increase. The fee will be $27,083. Now this is really a lump sum of multiple charges. The development impact fee is not just one charge; it's made of 5 categories. So for any developer, if they develop multi-family residential unit, they need to pay. This fee is composed of a community payment, public safety payment, general government payment, transportation, and utilities. So these are 5 components of development impact fees. That's where they need to contribute to the city so we can provide those services to the city, to residents. So that's next one is the fee changes proposed by Community Economic Development Department and Public Works. Are they here to?
Yes. I believe Director Wu is available to discuss fee changes for the Community and Economic Development Department. So, Director Wu, are you on? Or looks like our analyst Radha Mehta is on. City Clerk, we have Michael Lawton, the City Housing Manager. Can you bring him in? He's under the attendees. I think we must have a conflict.
City Manager, so sorry for the delay. Management Analyst Radha should be available to walk you through the next 3 slides. Radha, are you on? If not, I will go ahead and walk the City Council up the proposed fees. So the first one that we're recommending to add is a stop work notice. Basically, these are services that are being provided at no charge right now. This will be a new fee, and the proposed rate is at a half fully burdened rate of an inspector.
Hi, sorry, Director, we had some technical difficulties. I can take over.
All right, go for it.
Good evening, council members and mayor. So as Director Wu was mentioning, stop work notice, it generally operates in response to citizen complaints of alleged code violations or from referrals from other departments or inspectors. At times, the stop work notices are initiated by department staff, such as for unpermitted construction underway or situations of life safety hazards or severe nuisance activities. The staff time may be associated with permits resulting from stop work and code compliance cases. These actions may be followed by additional legal sanctions, such as fines or penalties. The overall objective of this code compliance process is to motivate the property owners to discontinue the illegal use or activity and to obtain required permits. The next fee that the department is proposing is a code compliance investigation. This will also be a new fee, and the proposed rate would be half an hour of fully burdened hourly rate increments. Staff is recommending FBHR based on or fully burdened hourly rate based on the staff time consumed by bringing the development in compliance, and cases are investigated, and if appropriate, administrative citations, warnings, and violation notices are to be issued. The next fee is a temporary certificate occupancy review. This is also a new fee, and it's based off of staff time. Once again, it's also fully burdened hourly rate of half an hour increments. And staff is recommending the fully burdened hourly rate fee based on the staff time spent to review and provide a temporary certificate of occupancy. Building staff is authorized to issue a temporary certificate of occupancy prior to completion of all work described in the permit, provided such portions of the project are deemed safe to occupy. So staff will normally review the work plan and list the work that needs to be completed on the project and the expected completion dates. And each additional hour of review, if any, will be assessed and required to be paid in full upon completion of the application process. The next fee is a request for a new or change in address. This is also a new fee that we're proposing, and staff recommends to introduce a new fee to request or new or change address when a new building or a unit is proposed. A request for new address application should be made to the building division so that the new addresses can be established. The address must be approved by the building official and must correspond with existing addressing. The service would be charged based off of the staff time to ensure 100% cost recovery of the city's fully burdened cost. The next fee is the mitigated negative declaration. The current rate that we have in Will's report is $10,000. What the staff is proposing is actual cost, and we're requiring a deposit. So staff recommends this fee to be replaced from $10,000 to the actual cost and deposit. The reason being these projects require a deposit after a proposal is received from an environmental consultant, and the mitigated negative declaration is upwards of $50,000. So if the $10,000 fee is kept, the applicants would believe that the total cost of the project would be $10,000, and to provide consistency and transparency, we would suggest having it, actual cost and require the deposit. Similarly, there's an SB 330 preliminary review fee that we would like to introduce based off of actual cost and required deposit. SB 330 allows eligible housing development projects to submit a preliminary application, a questionnaire, and checklist of required materials, which, when deemed submitted, shall have the effect of vesting the development requirements and standards in place of time of determination. The next fee we would like to change is the Condo Use Permit. We have a fixed fee of $3,220. Just like the other ones previously discussed, we would like to recommend actual cost based off of staff time. So staff would like to replace with the $3,220 fee with the actual cost and deposit, and these projects require a thorough review by the planning and building team and should be 100% cost recoverable based off of the staff time spent, which could be more or less than the current fee. Next would be the expanded categorical exemption. This is also a new fee that we would like to introduce. Staff recommends to introduce a new environmental fee of expanded categorical exemption for new development projects that are consistent with the transit corridor plan. There are several CEQA exemptions that can be used for the project, and one of the exemptions for consistency with the existing specific plan. To prepare these, it requires environmental consultant to still do an analysis of the project, to do special studies, and to prepare an initial study documenting the consistency with the current plan. The cost is typically lower than other CEQA documents. However, it does vary based off of the project, and staff recommends the fee calculation be based on actual staff or consultant time and cost. Another fee we would like to introduce change is the variance fee. Residential or multifamily and non-residential variance fee, it's currently $5,000. Staff recommends to replace this with the actual cost and deposit. These projects require a thorough review by the planning and building team and should be 100% cost recoverable based off of the time spent, which could be more or less than the current fee. Next slide, please. The next set of fees we would like updated or recommend to be updated are based off of services, resources, and staff time. So the first fee is the temporary certificate occupancy deposit. This is a new fee we would like to introduce, and it's basically 50% of the remaining construction value of the project. Staff recommends an adoption of the TCO deposit based on 50% of the remaining construction value of the project. The occupancy of a building or portion of a building may be permitted before the certificate of occupancy is issued, provided a temporary occupancy permit is obtained from the building official. This is to ensure that the project will be completed in a timely fashion. So the 50%, we've noticed other cities nearby also have this similar fee. So we would recommend to introduce this fee as well. The next is technology cost. Staff recommends an addition of 5% of fire permit fee to be included in the technology cost. The additional of fire permit addresses upgrades to permitting systems and hardware. I'm sorry, the addition of the fire permit addresses upgrades to permitting system and hardware. This surcharge will be prorated to building, planning, engineering, and fire fees. So the only change that we're proposing is to include the fire, 5% of the fire permit. The next fee is the administrative fee for plan check for fourth and subsequent submittal. This is also a new fee that we would like to introduce of $223.50. Staff recommends an addition of the administrative fee for plan review past third submittal. The objective of this fee is to encourage applicants to thoroughly complete revisions within the first 3 plan reviews. Fourth and subsequent plan review services delays work on other developer projects. Another fee that we would like to introduce is a newspaper rack permit of $87.50. Staff recommends to add this cost based on fully burdened hourly rate required to complete the process. Staff would meet with the applicant about permit process and coordinate application submittal. Staff would also review proposed location, coordinate internally, and process permit and issue permit, and coordinate posting and placement with the applicant. The approximate time to complete the application process would be 30 minutes. The proposed fee is based off of 30 minutes of staff time to complete the review process. The permitting of the newspaper rack is aimed to reduce the amount of sidewalk clutter associated with freestanding news racks, fixed pedestal News Rack promote the safety and welfare and the aesthetic qualities of the city. The next change we would like to include is the general plan maintenance fee. Currently, we don't have a recommended fee for this for the next fiscal year. The staff is proposing 0.4 of building valuation. The fiscal year 21-22 adopted fee for general plan maintenance fee was 9% of the building permit fee for new construction. The current proposed fiscal year 22-23 general plan maintenance fee is 0%, which does not cover the cost of developing a general plan amendment. The general plan maintenance fee was intended to directly reduce financial support needed from the city's general fund for long-range planning efforts. Original projections underestimated actual costs of creating the general plan amendment, and several other cities collect a development-related fee to help fund the maintenance of their general plan. This fee mechanism was put into place by a state legislature in 2002. This fee will eliminate sole dependence on the city's general fund for future updates of the city's general plan and community plans. This fee will cover the staff needed to implement and prioritize general plan amendment, including rezoning key sites and updating the community plans. Staff reviewed fees adopted by other neighboring cities and recommends the fee structure to be changed to 0.4% of building valuation. Daly City charges 0.5% of building valuation. South San Francisco charges 0.16. Belmont charges 0.75 of building valuation, just to provide perspective of neighboring cities. The last fee we would like to introduce is actually a penalty. It's work without a permit, so it would be an investigation fee. Staff is proposing up to 10% of, or up to 10 times the permit fee. Staff recommends an addition of a penalty for work without a permit. An investigation fee in addition to the permit fee shall be collected as a civil penalty whether or not a permit is then or subsequently issued. The investigation fee shall be up to 10 times of the building permit fee. The investigation fee shall be determined by the building official and shall be based off of the staff time reasonably required to resolve all of the issues related to the work that has been performed without a permit. No construction work shall be issued, or no construction work shall be issued until the investigation fee has been paid in full. And the reason for this recommendation is to align with a similar penalty adopted by the fire department in Unicode section 11.24, amended code section 106.1.2. And that concludes the proposed CED fee changes requested.
Thank you, Rada. We'll likely come back with questions. So stay here. So the next section is one new proposed fee for the Public Works Department, and I believe we have our city engineer, Haywan Ritchie, on to describe this one. Make sure she's not having any technical difficulties. I am not seeing Haywan, so we're going to toss this to our Public Works Director, who happens to be in the room because as the director, he's next in line.
Good evening, Mayor Medina, members of council. My name is Matt Lee. I'm the Public Works Director and the next in line, like the city manager said. And so I wanted to talk about the proposed public work fee changes that we have. Ours is not as extensive as the building departments, but we do have one, which is the building permit plan review fee. It's 12% of the building permit fee currently at the moment, but our proposed rate would be either 12% of the building permit fee or a minimum of $171. And that's all we have.
Okay, and so there was a public notice associated with with this proposal. So there's a legal standard that it had to be placed in a public paper that was done on April 1st and April 7th. As standard, any new fees that are adopted by the City Council take 60 days before they become effective. It's important to note that we did a slight change here, which is we're bringing this to you earlier than normal, so that 60-day period can run and we can have these new fees effective for July 1, 2022, so the start of our new budget year. And so we would build these into the city manager's budget that comes to the City Council. That's important to note, and it's actually sort of a best practice that I've seen in other communities that I've worked, is that you do your fee increases actually in time so they take effect with your budget, not if you approve them in June, it's delayed and they typically don't take effect until September. And so tonight we are holding a public hearing on the adoption and resolution for adjusting the master fee schedule effective July 1, 2022. That concludes the staff presentation. We're happy to respond to any questions from council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, staff, and to all the team for your work presentation and comments. And like I said, at this time, this would be the opportunity for colleagues to ask questions in regards to the presentation, and then we will move to public comment. First is Vice Mayor Mason.
Thank you. Thank you to staff for bringing this to us. I do have a couple questions, but I'll just start with this one. So if you have somebody that is working, improving their property, but let's say that they are not in compliance, is it possible that they would get a stop work notice, code compliance investigation, and work without a permit investigation fee altogether?
Mr. Chair, would you like me to answer that question now or later?
Vice Mayor, do you have several or couple, or
I'll
in the same department?
I'll stop there for now. But I think,
are they in the same department, or?
Well, they're all on the spreadsheet and pages in our book, so I actually don't know if they're all in the same department, but it's going to be the same family paying all these, right? Because I don't, yeah.
No, I was just trying to, because if there were, I would ask for director who's give them all to her at once, and then she could respond back. But if you're not sure, I guess we'll start one at a time so we can try to merge them. But definitely, yes, if you could please ask.
Sure. So, Vice Mayor, if I understand you correctly, if somebody were to put a building without the benefit of securing a permit first, we would issue a stop work notice with a fee. So that's a fee. And we would also do a certain amount of code compliance investigation. We're proposing a half an hour increment. That's a second fee. And then to get the structure legalized, they will also apply for the building permit, and that will be the third fee to apply for a building permit to legalize the structure.
What about the work without a permit investigation fee? Is that the same? Because that's listed as a penalty. And I'm sorry, I don't see page numbers. It's the page right before the no bare faces.
You're referring to the third slide of our proposed fee.
I'm referring to the book, but I think you also had it on your slide that I saw.
It's on page 13 of the slides.
So it's called work without a permit. So that's more of a penalty fee. So if there is a notice of violation for continuous out of compliance, we want to encourage the property owner to cure the violation. Then we could potentially impose a penalty fee up to 10%. So this will be on top of the stop work order fee that you mentioned earlier.
And this applies to single-family homes the same way it applies to multi-story buildings?
It would apply to any structure or any property that has an illegal or a structure that was not properly reviewed and plan checked.
And I didn't see any warnings. Are there any warnings prior to these fees?
Well, go ahead.
Sure. Vice Mayor, let me opine on that, because the penalty fee is actually not the first tool that the city goes to. The penalty fee would only be assessed if we are not receiving compliance. And so what we strive for always is compliance first, but it's oftentimes helpful to have that penalty as a tool in the city's toolbox if we are dealing with someone that has received a stop work notice, but is not coming in compliance. And there are examples of that throughout the city where after repeated trying and expending significant staff dollars to try and get compliance, there's just not compliance, and so it's important to have that penalty. Yes, this fee would apply to a single-family home, a homeowner doing work, unpermitted work at their home, as well as a large developer doing unpermitted work, or a commercial property owner doing unpermitted work. But again, our first goal is always compliance. I think it's also one of the reasons why staff is recommending the stop work notice and the investigation fees is because we will oftentimes expend significant city dollars addressing issues where the simple answer was to come in and apply for a permit. And so it's an attempt to recoup some of those city dollars that we expend when we are proactively working and to get compliance.
Okay, and okay. When the last set of fees that have not, so I'm not talking about the fees that were approved that are phasing in, but I'm talking about just those that were effective. Were they effective in September of 2021? Is that correct?
Yes.
And so we would be looking at an increase from September till now, understanding that you mentioned July 1st, the July 1st date, but there would be an increase in September, and then there would be September 2021, and then now there would be an increase July 2022.
Right. So the City Council adopted the last fees for the last fiscal year, but because that adoption happened, I think at the last meeting in June, those fees did not take effect until September 1. As I said earlier, one of the things we wanted to do is make sure that we sort of reset when these fees come to council so that they can go into effect at the beginning of the fiscal year, and the city will have the benefit of projecting a full year of any increased revenue. So it's just sort of moving it up.
Okay, and I have to say, I do appreciate that. I do think, though, the initial fees were quite steep, and it would be nice to hear some feedback on what you are hearing from the public who's coming to City Hall when they see the new fees. It's been about 6 months now, so there's some feedback.
I will take that one. We haven't heard, I'm checking with Darcy, our chief building official, but we have not heard too many negative comments coming from the homeowners. The larger developers are used to the fees through other cities. In terms of the planning fees, it's really more of a shift from a fixed fee to a deposit required developer reimbursement account. On a very high level, we have not gotten a lot of pushback since September where the new fees are implemented.
Okay, that's good to hear. What was the bingo licensing fee before this? Because I'm seeing it's $409. Is that an increase?
I'm sorry, Director Sun, do you know if bingo is one of the CED fees?
Just one moment. Vice Mayor Mason, can we return to that question? Let us do a little bit more research, and when we get the answer, we'll raise a hand.
Okay, and then I noticed also the candidate statement printing fee, and it refers to Resolution 2009-53A. I'm not sure if this is different than the $500 filing fee that's currently paid, and I just want to make sure I'm clear. Is that an increase of $200, or is this a completely different candidate filing fee that maybe I'm confusing? So and that's on page 139. And I know my colleagues have some questions. I think if I can say just in general, that while I do appreciate staff's effort and the additional fees that are before us, in addition to what's recommended by the consultant, I do get concerned that we just increased the fees in September. And so while in a general year I would say that, July 1st of every year is reasonable, I also hesitate because the fees were so steep last year to increase them not even a year later does raise some concern, because I think that a lot of the fees that I saw in the packet are going to impact smaller mom and pops, not necessarily, the bigger entities that have project managers who are familiar with the rules and the regulations. The other concern I have is that there's nothing in the packet or the presentation made tonight around how long a standard one of these would take. So I think it's easy to say, well, we're going to recoup staff's time, but how much time is that? I mean, because we do want people to improve their properties. We do want to encourage some opportunities that have become available to individuals in San Bruno. And I don't know if we're incentivizing by making these changes. So I support the continuation of the phasing because I think that is important, and that is what we felt was fair. I'm supportive of the increase in the development impact fees. I do get concerned about these newer fee schedules and the CPI increases because I just feel like I don't know enough about these newer ones. I don't have any idea of how much time these things take to really identify how it's going to impact your average individual. But the increases, I just feel like on a regular basis, like development impact fees, it's going to be an automatic increase. But because we just increased it into September, I don't know if it's just a hard hit for somebody who might be trying to take on a project of their own. And I say this just having been on the Planning Commission. There are constantly families that are trying to improve. They didn't know that something couldn't be done. They might have to request a variance. They decided they wanted to tweak something, and now they have a whole new project not knowing it. I don't know. I feel like this is a lot of expense for an individual family. So again, I'm less worried about the larger developers, but I am concerned that this is going to be a big impact to others. Sorry to be so long-winded. Thank you.
Thank you. And then before I move on to Councilmember Hampton, Vice Mayor had asked about on page 139, the candidate statement fee on resolution 2009, there is a portion that can be refunded, but we have our city clerk, and maybe if she can answer.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Yes, the campaign filing fee has been updated to better align with the county's fee that we are billed after the fact for campaign printing costs. We haven't updated our resolution since 2009, as you noted, and so the fee has been standard around $550, but we've noticed a steady increase in the fee charges from the county for printing fees that are more in line with $600 to $650. So we're requesting that $700, knowing that there will be a buffer and hopefully refunds provided to the candidates because currently the refunds, if any, have been very minuscule, and we tend to actually have to pay more after the fact. So that's why we're asking for an increase in that fee.
Thank you, City Clerk.
May I just ask a follow-up, Mayor Medina, just since we're on that topic?
Yeah, certainly.
Thank you. Just so are there any other fees that are not outlined in the spreadsheet that were updated?
For all of them, or for something specific?
Well, because we're reviewing this the master fee schedule like as a whole. And so there's an entire book here, and I'm just wondering if every change is outlined in the spreadsheet that comes before the book, which is what I initially thought until I just asked about the candidate fee and the bingo fee.
Maybe that's
So let me clarify my question.
Thank you.
So in the packet, there's a spreadsheet that starts on page 130. And I took the spreadsheet to be the highlights. Like, these are the changes that are being made, or this is what's being proposed. But then when I started looking at the master fee schedule, and I know that was the one that I noticed because, of course, I paid it in the last election, it made me wonder if there are other items in that fee schedule that are not included in the spreadsheet.
Are we talking in regards to elections? Or are you
No, we're
talking
talking I'm talking about the entire fee schedule.
Okay.
Are there any changes that we have not discussed before this has been presented? So
I think I understand now. Thank you.
Thank
Like to. No problem. I think that the reason I was thinking, like, okay, I was going to have city clerk, but I think that would go more to the city manager. It's more of a broad question for the entire master fee schedule.
Thank you, Mayor Medina and Vice Mayor Mason. So the changes that are noted in the spreadsheet that Vice Mayor Mason noted are the community and economic development fees and the that we went through in detail in the presentation to be changed. The one that plus the public works fee that I'm not seeing on pages 130 to 132, but that one is noted in the staff report and was explained in detail in the presentation. The 2022-2023 master fee schedule that is in here has been increased by CPI as appropriate by the CCI, Construction Cost Index, as per council policy, and by your adopted phased implementation of fee increases that were adopted last year. Because some of the increases were significant because we hadn't increased our fees for quite some time and they were out of market and we weren't recovering full costs. But because of some of the increases were significant, council said spread those over 2 years or over 4 years. And so those are the changes that have been made. Council or Vice Mayor Mason, I think what prompted your question was the city clerk's explanation of the $700 fee, as though that is a new fee that was changed this time but not denoted in the table or the spreadsheet. It's my understanding, and we will confirm that in 1 second, that change did not occur now. That was a change that occurred in your prior update of the fees. And the city clerk's explanation was not an explanation of something that is proposed to occur now. It's something that occurred the last time we adopted the fee. But I'm having staff pull up the adopted fee schedule, and what will confirm that is that fee is $700 in the current adopted fee schedule.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and the finance director has confirmed for me that it is $700. It was that way when you adopted it last time for the resolution. And so the city clerk's explanation, I know the way she said it, made it seem like it was a change that was proposed now. That was a change. That was the rationale for why it was changed before.
No, I think that to let the city clerk off the hook, I think that was me, because I know that in the last election it was still $500 if I recall correctly. And I just don't recall discussing it when we went through the master fee updates. So thank you for the clarification.
Councilmember Medina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of clarifications for the proposed public work plan check, the last slide. Why wouldn't we just charge by the hour for the time of the plan checking? You know, why is it based on evaluation? And then you throw a minimum. So if it takes an hour, it takes an hour, and just kind of handle half an hour increments.
So thank you, Vice Mayor. You used to be Vice Mayor. Councilmember Medina. Why don't I toss that to either Pamela Wu or our chief building official, Darcy, who's also on. But a number of our fees are valuation based, and the one you're highlighting just happens to be one of the more significant ones that's valuation based. And so I think the question is essentially to articulate why we have a valuation based fee for building permit review versus a hourly based fee.
Sure.
Excuse me, that's clarifying. That's for the public works side of things.
Right.
I get it on the valuation, but anyway, I think it's clear. My question's clearer now.
City Manager Grogan, so some of the building permit fees are based on construction and valuation, but I believe Councilmember Medina's question is directly at Public Works, and why not use hourly fee, but do a percentage based on construction valuation, which will eventually be part of the overall building permit fee, but it's a dedicated portion that goes to Public Works. That's on slide 14.
So let me try and break that down. And the overall building permit fee is a valuation-based fee. The public works portion is just a portion of that fee, and the only change is just to have a minimum amount of $171, which is roughly that's probably one fully loaded hour of staff time of the fully burdened rate. And so it's just to have sort of a minimum for the public works side, but that entire fee is valuation based.
Right. And then also if I can add to it, so 12% public works review fee that was implemented last year was not enough to cover for the actual work. If you have a low valuation, 12% of the low valuation is not enough to cover for one fully burdened rate. So at this time, Public Works is asking to charge a minimum of $171, or if it exceeds $171, 12% of the overall building permit fee.
And a typical time the Public Works would review that would be for what type, what are they actually looking at? What are they actually doing?
Okay, I see directly coming up.
Good evening, Council Medina. To answer your questions, it's a variety of things. I think it depends on the project, right? So for larger projects, it's items that are in the public right away. Sometimes for typical building projects, it's to ensure that the proper utilities are connected to the city system. Storm drain items, storm drain lines, sewer lines, water lines, making sure things are in the utility meters are in the right location. Things like that, items that are in public right away. So I think it depends on specific building permits and whatnot. And so I think the minimum fee is to ensure that, even if there's something that Public Works might not need to view, they do spend some time looking at to ensure that their comments are not needed.
I get it, but what I'm not understanding is why wouldn't you just charge the hourly fee? So if there's going to be a new commercial building somewhere and the inspector needs to go out there and confirm all the water lines and goes out 3 or 4 times and adds up the time, that's 4 hours of time. Why wouldn't they charge 4 hours of their time?
So this is not for an inspection fee, it's for actually reviewing the actual permit, I believe. And like they described earlier, it's a proportion of the building permit's fee. And I think it's to help with kind of hopefully not confusing where the cost goes from where the funds are going for the fee that's currently being charged. Currently, Public Works is 12% of that building permit fee, but at a minimum, it would be $171 if Public Works reviews them, there's no additional, review needed.
Yeah, I always thought our permit fees had some linkage to actually work being conducted. And if it took 3 hours to do a pen check, then it was complicated to look at the water, the sewer, the storm, the electrical, maybe there's an easement, whatever amount of time it took to review those plans, then it would seem like the time of that inspector or engineer should be charged to the project as part of a permit review plan check. That's what we called it back in the day. So it just seems interesting that it's being charged the way it's being proposed right now.
So,
but it's okay. It's just a minimum of 171. Well, that's 1 hour.
Right. Councilmember Medina, you're absolutely right that fees should have a relation to the work that's done. That is true for all of our fees, even though some of the methodologies for the fees are valuation-based. The way you set your fees is how we did last year, which is you do a full master fee study where you hire a consultant. They do cycle times on how long an average permit costs. And what the California Constitution says is that fees must have a relation to the cost reasonably borne to do the work or undertake the work being asked for, right? And so you set that fee based on your fee study, but you don't do a fee study every year. So you increase your fees by some index, in this case CPI, or the construction cost index, and then after every 5 or 7 year period, you do a new fee study to ground truth where your costs are and where your fees are. I will say, Councilmember Medina, the question you're asking is really a fee methodology question, which is really something that we would look into as a dedicated effort or during the next master fee review to say, should we change the basis for charging this fee from a valuation base to an hourly rate base? What we're bringing you tonight is an annual increase of the fees per the ordinance, either by CPI or the construction cost index, and recommending new fees where there's we feel a strong recommendation for adding a new fee. And so we're not making methodology changes to the fees, but we can certainly look at that the next time if requested.
Right, and this is a minimum charge now because the valuation could be so low that it still took time for that inspector to go over, pull the plans out, and do a review. So, all right, moving on. For the work without a permit, there's a maximum of 10 times. Is there a minimum?
So it's a maximum penalty fee up to 10 times, so it could be as little as 1 time or twice.
Okay, and that rationale is based on?
That rationale is based on trying to encourage the homeowner to cure the violation and pending on how severe the life and safety problem is and how long it's been progressing. Say that there is a code violation issue that's been sitting on the property for years. We want to encourage that by suggesting a higher penalty fee, but if they bring it into compliance sooner, we can bring it down. And that discretion is with the building official.
Okay, so that's basically the hammer or the stick saying, hurry up and get your permit otherwise. But it's either 10 and it could be reduced down based on the number of how many hours were spent on the case and all the other things. Is that how it works?
It's the building permit fee to legalize that structure. But if we want to use the hammer, we could charge up to 10 times of that building permit fee. Or the 1 time is just the regular building permit fee.
Just trying to get into compliance. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. That's always the objective. I remember getting compliance. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from colleagues at this time on the presentation? Councilmember Salazar.
Just really quickly. So I had similar concerns to the Vice Mayor about the compounding of these fees and how they impact projects that may be not large-scale projects. And it does seem when we start looking at all these additional things, and I understand that we want to recover as much as we can, but it really does seem like we get to the point where some of these things should be accounted for somehow, and some basic services that should be included as part of issuing permits and reviewing plans. So, I will, put my faith in staff that they've analyzed this and they understand, what the day-to-day impact is of these things. And so I won't question it, but I do feel like it gets complicated to understand what's involved in a project when there's this many separate fees rather than sort of bundling things or perhaps some way aggregating these fees so that they're simpler to understand and somebody who doesn't do this for a living can pick up, our fee schedule and understand what they're in for. My real question though was around, when there are fees, and I understand that they don't have to be imposed, and it's up to the building official to determine when they're enforced. But is there a mechanism for those to be appealed to the city manager, like some other fees where there is discretion from staff to charge or not charge?
That is a great question. I am not aware of that provision in our master fee schedule for any of the fee that's spelled out, but I do see city attorney's hand is raised.
Sure, if I may.
City Attorney.
Through the mayor, thank you. So our code has a provision which says that if an appeal mechanism is not otherwise specified, then there can be an appeal to the city council. I don't recall off the top of my head whether there's an appeal mechanism in the master fee schedule or in the refund policies that the city staff has been currently working on. But in any event, if there is not, there is an appeal mechanism.
Right.
Yeah. If I can piggyback off that,
please.
Councilmember Salazar, in talking about this item, you said the word fee, and I just want to clarify that this is actually a penalty, which doesn't have to have a relation to the cost borne, right? And one of the rationales for staff recommending this new penalty for work done without permit is that we have a number of properties that have been out of compliance for quite some time, and whether they're downtown or throughout the city. One of the things that we think we need is a stronger tool to try and get compliance for people that are doing work without permit. But it is not, and it has never been the first tool that staff goes to. This is truly a penalty and will be used as such.
Okay, all right, thank you. And my concern was really, there's been complaints in the past where individuals have felt that they were not treated equitably and that perhaps staff was holding a grudge, or they had run-ins before, and so now that they felt they were getting penalized where other people weren't. And so when there is latitude like that, I just want to make sure that people at least have an opportunity to present their case to someone and make sure that there is no lack of fairness in the process. So thank you for the explanation.
Councilmember Medina, is that a hand from before? Okay, thanks. On the appeal aspect, I noticed that there are appeals, and of course there is a fee, whether it's at various level, if you want to appeal the director or appeal the planning commission. If the appeal is heard and that appeal, the applicant wins the appeal, is that refunded, or is that just part of the cost to have gotten there even if they win the appeal?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, so
please.
That is a cost of providing the service, not a penalty, of course. We don't penalize people for appealing. And so there's not a provision for a refund if the person is successful.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, you're turned away from your microphone and we can't hear you.
Yes, I saw Councilmember Hamilton giving me my signal like turn around. Thank you though, City Manager. On the picnic sites, my understanding is I see the fees and there is one deposit for potential cleaning the way at large picnic area, city park, for teen Beckner shelter. I believe it was Councilmember Medina who in the past had brought up, do we do deposits for the sites in general? I can go back in history, but let's not go there. Let's go forward. So I just wanted to clarify that that is still just for the one site. I'm also curious, back in the rental aspect, I looked to tennis courts for San Bruno. It's $40 that I saw listed for an hour. I'm going off memory now from the report. And in other communities, I don't know, nearby communities that have, tennis courts, etc. That's quite high. So what I guess I'm trying to understand is, are we also going and giving a good faith effort to compare to our neighbors and seeing that we're being fair to folks who are renting on these various items, whether it's our facilities, whether it's our tennis courts, whether it's our lights, etc. And that's basically the question for that department. And I'll stop for there for now.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Medina. So you just asked several questions about the city's community service fees. Staff is tonight not proposing any specific change to those fees outside of CPI increases, and so I do not have the director or someone from the community services department here to respond to how they operate those fees, and I don't want to do a misstatement. So why don't we take those as a note and provide a response to council at a later date?
Appreciate it. Thank you. And one thing, just as a curiosity, when it says oversized, overweight vehicle per route, per time, I that was more of a curious question because somebody asked me, and I said, I don't know, how do you quantify that? Based on how a resident would read that, they go, okay, so who's tabulating each time? Is the way it is interpreted there, that's how it's that is something that can be followed up. I am not clear at a later time, but I think that's just for clarity. And
Mr. Mayor, if I can, what portion of the fee schedule are you referencing? Because that may be one that we can't answer. I just want to make sure
I'm gonna have to find it because I'm scrolling up and down right now, and while I go to public comment, I'll try to find that.
Okay.
And let's just stop. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I believe that fee you were referring to is an oversized vehicle traversing on city streets. So typically that's, let's say there's a big project and they're actually going to move a building, right? And they're moving a large oversized building. The route would be sort of based on the approved route that they take. And so it's really more of a unique fee item that's in the fee schedule. We may have that, but we probably very infrequently have an oversized vehicle route, specially approved, where we're charging that fee.
Okay, and then to, I think what we, folks that are developers and are in the construction trade, I think they know of those fees and how it increases. But I think at times we also get our residents who are very taken back what you need a permit for, and then the actual cost when you go in and go through that process. And I think it's almost like sticker shock. And I know sometimes even with, water heaters, people want to have it inspected so at least it's safe. It's safe for that resident. It's safe for the neighborhood, etc. So I also just have concerns about us not. We need to recoup costs, but not going so far, so hard, so fast that it makes a resident say, not wanting to do the right thing because of the burden cost. And I know there's a cost of doing business, but that's also a concern I have. But I'll pause there. And at this time, I'd like to go ahead. This is a public hearing. I'd like to open it up to the public. If there's anyone that would like to speak, if they could raise their hand now at this time, and we'll have the city clerk bring them in. Seeing no hands from the public at this time, I'll ask if we can have a action to close the public hearing, please.
Through the chair, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
I will second.
A motion Salazar, a second in Hamilton. Close public hearing. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton,
Aye.
Councilmember Medina,
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason,
Aye.
Mayor Medina.
Aye.
Motion
Now
carries.
thank you very much. And now we'll bring it back to council for other comments, questions, deliberation, and or action. Please, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So just going back to the earlier question around the noticing prior to any fees being associated or levied against the owner, where's that process laid out?
City Hall, please.
Director, can you take that? And I believe what Vice Mayor Mason is talking about is when we're taking a code enforcement action, the noticing requirements before the penalty is assessed. Is that correct? Are you, because you're talking about noticing before a penalty, or are you talking about noticing before a fee? Because the fees are typically the fee for service.
I would say there's these new fees that are before us tonight. Where's the noticing process for those fees?
Yeah, I think that what the Vice Mayor is saying is the items that we have before us and et cetera, how was that process communicated and or noticed to the community and or those affected? I think that's what the Vice Mayor is saying. Okay.
Well, sorry, Mayor Medina, if I can just...
I apologize.
No, you're very close, but specifically, where's it in writing?
Well, I was close, but not
Very
on
close.
mark. Thanks.
Yeah.
City Hall.
So I actually think we're talking about two separate things. And I'm going to share a screen really quick because it's probably the best way. And so in the PowerPoint, we talk about the noticing requirements that we provided for the fees. And so what's legally required is that we published a legal ad in the paper, which we did on 2 occasions. The fees take 60 days to become effective, and so they'll be on our website and they'll be published. And then the master fee schedule goes on the website, and so anyone looking at the city fees can look at the master fee schedule. But Vice Mayor, I think when you're saying where is it in writing that a penalty is not assessed and people are given notice before the penalty is assessed, that is in the city's, I believe it's our code enforcement handbook, where we provide instructions to staff on how they do their code enforcement work. And so that is not a city council policy that says someone must have 1 notice, 2 notices, 3 notices before a fee is assessed. But that is delegated to staff, and that's in our code enforcement handbook. And I see Director Wu nodding her head because code enforcement used to be in that department.
So just so that it's clear, so if you issue somebody a stop work notice, the stop work notice essentially is saying stop what you're doing something in violation of our code, right? Some code, ordinance, law, whatever. No fees assessed at that time. They're going to have some period of time once that notice is issued to correct whatever the situation is. Is that correct?
No, that's not true. So let's
Okay.
talk about specific fees. So specific for a stop work notice, let's talk about what happens right now. What happens right now if there's a code enforcement violation or if there's a complainer or an inspector is driving by and they see someone doing work, they'll stop, they'll do an investigation, and then they'll eventually issue a stop work notice. So at this point, and under our current fee schedule, the person doing the work receives a stop work notice and no fees are assessed, although the city has extended its code enforcement resources and does an investigation. So the new stop work notice fee is intended to recoup the city's costs for issuing that stop work notice. Now, when you talk about noticing, there is no noticing requirement for a stop work notice, nor is there typically in municipalities, because someone is doing unpermitted work, you really need to issue that stop work order you don't provide them with a notice to continue doing unpermitted work.
Right, but I think there's a difference here. I mean, I don't imagine that it's, are we talking about a customized stop work letter?
I'll jump in and give some real scenario questions. So the building inspector is on a job. He is only to inspect a portion that has gone through the plan check and inspection, and realize that there are other work that's been done that was never included in the scope. So the time spent on that effort could be very minimal compared to a property that never came to the city hall to get any building permit. So we don't want to do a one-size-fits-all stop work notice fee or the code compliance investigation fee. We want to assess based on the situation. So if there is a stop work notice, and then typically it's not a customized letter, but it's a stop work notice to notify the property owner and also contractor to discontinue whatever they're doing. Come to City Hall, get the proper permits to continue. And the fee we're imposing is, as City Manager Grogan mentioned, is to recuperate the staff time that's spent on this effort.
And the fee proposal is in half-hour increments, so it will be relative to the amount of work that's needed.
Okay. Okay, so I am just not comfortable with this. I'm not comfortable with it. I feel like these are very real-world impacts, and I don't feel like we know enough about how these impacts are actually implemented. And how and what those unanticipated impacts would be to the city. We have, I think it would be helpful to be provided with an update on what has occurred with the fees that have been in place, and then with the new contractors that we have that began or continued under a new contract in January. What's going on with those? Those were supposed to improve efficiencies as well. Has there been any cost recovery there? There was a consensus to request a process update from those new vendors. I just feel like we are really kind of nickel and diming at this point. And I maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm naive to this, but this just seems like a lot. And like I said, I supported the phasing in. We've already approved that. But this isn't even what the consultants recommended, right? This is what the consultants recommended plus more, which again, I appreciate because I think that's part of the task is to try to recuperate as much as possible. But I think when you're driving, I think the example, Javon, you gave is the concern that I have as one of the prime examples is you have a staff member driving by, someone's doing work, it's not on the docket of the city. I would imagine a stop work notice is a standard letter, right? But it's making it sound like there has to be this customized letter that this person who maybe didn't even know that they were violating anything is now going to be paying for to be done. In addition to that, there's some kind of an investigation that now they're in, their name is on, their address is on, and then there may be a pecuniary fee on top of that. And it concerns me that it's going to be hard to incentivize individuals to improve their property, especially when there's really no understanding of the process. There's no outline of what that process looks like. I mean, even with hearings, administrative hearings, there's a process that's in writing, and it just doesn't feel like that's in existence for us to pass this and then work our way backwards to make sure that individuals have some kind of a administrative process where they can, appeal, and even appealing it is going to be time consuming and a whole different process, itself. So I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what exactly it is that we're trying to accomplish here with some of these newer fees, and maybe we'll get, to generating more revenue. But I'd be really curious to know where we are with the approvals we made last year that were implemented in September.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I'm sorry, I had to get my mic on. Councilmember Medina.
let me add to this as an experienced former code enforcement officer about having the stop work notice and all these other things, right? So the amount of time, Linda, or Vice Mayor Mason, that it takes to investigate, it could take a lot of time. So generally what would happen, somebody would call, or in fact, you'd be driving by and seeing somebody doing a lot of work outside, whether it would be like somebody bringing a bunch of 2x4s and tearing off a roof or something clearly going on. And most often than not, my experience has been, it's someone nearby in the neighborhood calling saying, hey, they've been banging in the backyard and there's an addition going on, or they're doing something major. They call call code enforcement. Code enforcement goes out, knocks on the door. Most often than not, nobody answers the door, and then has to post a stop work notice sign saying, and it's pretty much a form, triplex form or whatever they call it. You have to press real hard, and there's tri-copy, right? And then you post that, and then you ask them. There's a bunch of check marks you could put what allegedly is going on, and you ask them to contact you, and you go on your way to do other things, right? More often than not, 90% of the time, somebody calls you back. Hey, yeah, I'm doing this, or I'm doing that, and it's like, oh yeah, well, need a permit for that. Oh, they didn't tell me, or I didn't know, or the contractor, the handyman said he's getting a permit. He said he got a permit. I didn't know. We say, okay, well, no problem. The whole idea is that the permit is to make sure it's done safely and it's done right, and it doesn't put somebody in jeopardy. So there's that first part of it, and then the investigation is, let's say, for instance, they already built a wall, right? And so the code enforcement officer or building inspector would need to go out there and look at what actually got done, and that time would have to be charged back to pay for that. So I hope that helps a little bit. It's been going on for a long time. This is a way to actually recover some of that revenue. And in the past, they would just open a code enforcement case and start tracking the time. And here it's a little spelled out a little bit better because it can get pretty complicated pretty fast. I hope that helps.
It is helpful, and I would just say that I would feel more confident about this if there was a process in place to ensure that this is happening consistently across the board with everybody in the same way. And that's where I think, in addition, I can understand the fee, but only when we've already provided proper warning to the individual to try to cure whatever the issue is before we start charging them.
Councilmember Hamilton?
I think I have a few comments. So regarding the fact that we raised fees in September and are now going to raise them again in July, I completely understand that. This is a one-time thing to get us on the right schedule, and I'm okay with that. It's not like we're going to be raising them again in 8 months. We're now going to be on the correct schedule to be able to budget properly with the new fees in place. Regarding the fees themselves and the new fees, maybe what would help would be to, and I know that we had this when we did the last review of these, would be for the new fees to see what our neighbors are charging. If these are standard fees that are being charged in our neighboring cities, that makes it a lot more palatable to say, this is standard. This is not something that that we're doing in San Bruno that's not being done somewhere else. I'm wondering if that is a possibility, that we could just get a review from our neighbors for the new fees that are being proposed, added to the fee schedule, the new and increased fees, where they sit in relation to our neighbors. feasible.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any staff person that may wish to respond?
Sure, I'll take this one.
Thank you,
Councilmember
Director.
Hamilton, it is certainly doable. We have some research done for some of the fees. It's not a matter of if other cities are doing it or not. It's all cities are doing it. It's on a magnitude of how much. So we could certainly come back if that's what the council desires to show what the neighboring cities are doing. I do kind of want to point out two fees that were pointed out as new fees, as we showed on the slide. One of them is a temporary occupancy review. As Councilmember Medina mentioned, this is not an easy task. For anyone who doesn't have the final but wishes to get a temporary occupancy review, we're talking with fire, public works, planning, building. It's hours of coordination, and at this point, we're offering that service for free. Same thing with requests for a new address. ADUs, when they have a new ADU, they need to have a new address. And who do they need to coordinate? We need to coordinate with fire, PD, post office, and a whole lot of other staff to make sure this address makes sense. Again, our spend on that effort is covered by the city. There's no cost recovery. Same thing with stop work notice. So we have been doing a lot of these work for free, essentially, for a lot of time. We're recommending a small fee based on 1 hour or half an hour increment, depending on the magnitude of these services. We can certainly come back and provide a comparison to other cities are doing. My chief building official and the management analyst came from Redwood City. So the first thing they said to me is these fees are substantially lower than Redwood City. I don't know how much lower, but I can share with you if council wishes, and we'll provide that matrix to you.
Thank you. I just want to be clear. I'm not debating the fact that I'm not saying that we shouldn't have fees. We absolutely need to be recovering our costs. I'm just saying that I'm hearing concerns from other council members about the fees themselves, and I'm thinking that piece of information might help us get to the end.
Certainly.
So if I can take you.
Hold on, please. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Councilmember. Was Councilmember Hamilton, were you done with your?
Yes.
Okay. Your mic hadn't gone up. And then, please, the City Hall.
Yeah, I just wanted to elaborate on staff's response to Councilmember Hamilton's question, because what I understand the question is, let's set aside the fees that are increasing per council prior direction and concentrate on potentially getting additional benchmarking data around the newly proposed fees. I think one timing issue with that is that for the fees to take effect on July 1 and to have 60 days, we would need council to take that action by May 1. And so that means that we would need to come back to the City Council at your April 26th meeting with that benchmarking information. And while that is potentially doable, we can do that. My recommendation, if there's a desire to adopt the fees that council has prior directed but receive a little bit more information, is that you actually adopt all the fees, and then we can provide the City Council with a off-agenda memo on the benchmarking. And should there be a desire to hold back or adjust one or two of the fees, we can do that during the 60-day window. That way we're not doing a whole bunch of benchmarking and trying to come back in 2 weeks. But it can be approved, and then we can provide that data. And if anyone wants to sort of call it up, just let the city manager know, and we'll calendar it during that 60-day window.
Councilmember Hamilton, did you have a follow-up to that? Because that was your question.
Well, yeah, I mean, that certainly seems like a reasonable course of action. That it gives us the flexibility to be able to raise our hand and say, well, wait a minute, this particular one seems out of whack. And can we talk about that, but without jeopardizing making the deadline and getting them in place for July 1, the bulk of the fees. So I would be supportive of that.
Vice Mayor Mason.
I would propose to try to get to some consensus that if there's an area where I would I guess, lean in more would probably be based on the council recommendation if we have to for the July 1st. Actually, I need to be clear on the July 1st increases, the ones that have already been approved, and then propose to council that we remove all of the additional fees that were not in the schedule, and we get more information on those fees. Because I think what the city manager said, it is correct. The council did approve a schedule on the increases that have, on the fees that have already been approved. And so I said earlier, the phasing in I was comfortable with because I think that that was fair and that was something we had discussed in depth. And I'd be willing to also move forward on the increases based on the direction that we gave. So I say we because I was part of that too, but that we gave to staff. But I think my biggest concern, if I had to pick one, was all these new fees that, we didn't really talk about. I'm still not clear on what the rights of the individual owners are, and how these compare to other cities and whether they even have some of these fees and what those would be. So I'd be comfortable with that if the council wants to move forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Hamilton?
So if we were to do that, that would mean though that none of the new fees could possibly go into effect for July, even if we discuss them and find them to be fine. From what I understood from what the city manager just said, we have the right to, once we get all the information, we have those discussions during the 60-day window, we would have a majority of council could direct that we remove those fees from the schedule before July 1, and then they would not go into effect as long as we make that, as long as we would have that discussion and that vote before July 1st. Is that, city manager, could you clarify that I'm correct?
City manager, could you, between what Councilmember Hamilton said and the vice mayor, maybe guide, please?
That's correct. Essentially, we're talking about two different models. Vice Mayor Mason is articulating a model where all of the current fees and increases that are being increased based on a prior direction of the city council, either a phased-in increase, a CPI increase, or increasing by another index, would go forward, but we would hold off on any of the new proposed fees until council can discuss it again, which would, I think, essentially mean that they're not in place by July 1. Model 1. Model 2 is the city council adopts staff recommendations for all of the fees, those prior directed as well as the new ones. And there has been a request for additional benchmarking information on the new fees. Staff would provide that. And should the city, any member of the city council actually want to say, hey, I want to discuss this because I potentially want to pull back, we would re-agendize that discussion and take direction. But if that doesn't happen, they would go into effect on July 1.
Councilor Hamilton, that answer?
So, yeah, and so, I mean, I would be in favor of Model 2 because what I don't want to do is I don't want to put the brakes on everything so that we can talk about it and find out that it was all okay. And then we potentially have to wait until September to adopt the new fees. And then we're back out of whack again for another year. I think this gives us the maximum flexibility. And I think the other thing to mention as well is the further discussions wouldn't necessarily be just about the benchmarking, but the other concerns that the Vice Mayor and others have brought up about, talking about all the other impacts of these fees and looking at them all together and all of that, and be able to have those conversations without being under the gun of having to do it in the next 2 weeks.
Councilmember Medina?
Yeah, I like this effort of trying to balance going forward. Clearly, the ones that we are going to have by the CPI and the construction index, those are what we agreed upon earlier. So taking those on, I have no problem whatsoever with those. That's the cost of doing business. fine, and also I'm fine with, as the city manager proposed, to go ahead and let these go through, and we can come back and pull off any that we want. I think we're going to find out that these new fees are reasonable. They are in increments of a half an hour, and based on the time for the individual typically doing the work. So I'm in support of moving forward with this as proposed by our city manager.
Okay. Any other comments or questions at this time? But there is a resolution. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No? City manager? Please.
Yeah, I would like to just ask a clarifying question. It could be before or after the vote, but I think it maybe we're pulling up the slides for the new fees and just having a quick discussion. If we can narrow down that list on the additional benchmarking analysis that council is requesting, because I'm just going through it again, and I think that there's some fees that we're actually changing versus being new, right? We're removing the deposit and saying actual cost, and so it could actually be higher or lower. You know, does council want additional benchmarking work on that fee too? Just if we could have a quick discussion on that, I actually think it may save some staff time.
And thank you for the suggestion, and I think that's a great point. Let's make sure we're not having you do 20 things when really 10 is what we're concerned about. So could you please, city manager, pull up and we can maybe try to find a way to go through and do that for you.
Sure.
For us.
So this is the first slide of new fees. I think we have had significant discussion around the stop work notice, the code compliance, the temporary certificate of occupancy, and we haven't talked about the new address change, but these are sort of the new fees that I think I hear council saying we want some benchmarking around, and it would be nice to have data around 1, 2, 3, and 4, if you can see my cursor. And then on this, the mitigated negative declaration, we have a current fee of $10,000. Staff's recommendation is just to do actual costs, because sometimes it could be more than $10,000, sometimes it could be less than $10,000. But we don't have a fee that caps the amount, and we do actual costs. And so my read is from council discussion is that you may not need additional staff work around this fee. With regard to SB 330, this is actually a new fee because SB 330 is a relatively new law, and we're getting developments that are asking for a preliminary review of their SB 330 application. And so I'm not sure that council wants additional benchmarking around this because and so I'd ask for clarification on that. Condo Use Permit is the same thing with the mitigated negative declaration, just taking off the cap and charging actual costs. Expanded categorical exemption, that's a new fee that may be more common in other jurisdictions, and so we could provide benchmarking around that one. And then the variance is, again, taking off the cap and charging actual cost. And so if I look at the ones on here, I guess, you know, I'm reading probably in between the lines on staff's conversation, but the one that I think that staff is asking, or council is asking for more work on, is stop work, code compliance, temporary certificate, request for new address, and expanded categorical exemption. Is my summary sort of correct?
So thank you. I think you gave a good summary. Council, how the city manager divided it up, it was kind of like new fees for benchmarking, and then direct deposits are become now the actual cost. So if that makes sense, is that kind of what we're looking for on this slide? Would that be fair? Councilmember Hamilton.
I agree with all of that. I would suggest maybe we add the variance one as well, just to see what other jurisdictions are doing for variances. I mean, I'm absolutely in favor of getting all of our costs back, but I would also like to see what other jurisdictions are doing for the variance as well, since that does impact.
Anyone else, based on what the manager had articulated? Thumbs up from Mr. Medina. Is it thumbs up from Director Wu?
No, Mr. Mayor, if I can just ask for a clarification. So expanded category exemption, that's more or less along the line of a CEQA document. So a lot of times that if this is a large enough project, we may ask for a CEQA consultant to prepare. And usually they're just covered as part of the reimbursement agreement. But there are opportunities where city staff can provide that. So we'll certainly look around. We may not be able to get a lot of benchmarking on that fee. But if we do, we'll definitely include in the matrix. So just kind of want to give the council a heads up.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hamilton had an addition, but other than that, okay. Mr. Medina, okay.
Okay. So that is the first 4 on this document and the last 2.
Okay.
Okay. And so then if we go to the next, I think there's the certificate of occupancy deposit. That is a new fee that council would like benchmarking on. Technology fee, we're only including fire as a department that was left off that has significant technology related to our development review services because they have a review component. And so I would assume that we do not want benchmarking around that. The administrative fee for that 4th plan check, we didn't talk about that, but it's a new fee. Newspaper rack and general plan maintenance fee, I think we can provide benchmarking around those pretty effortless, pretty easy. So no issue there. So 1 and the last 3 would be, I'm sort of reading them between the lines of what council desires.
Mr. Hamilton agrees. Ms. Rico agrees. Marty agrees, just so we don't confuse the Medinas. Does that work for the others? I can't see you all at once now, so.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just
please
comment around, doing these baselines. In my experience, these kind of studies usually, they can be anywhere between interesting to completely useless. And so I would just ask that, if we go through this exercise, there's really got to be context to what you're looking at, or it's just, I don't think we want to make determinations on what our fees should be just based on the fact that nobody else is charging them, or that, if somebody's charging way more, that we should question what our true cost of doing the same thing is. There's a lot of differences in the way other cities are staffed, the size of their departments that are doing this sort of work, the types of projects they typically get, and sometimes, it's like when we look at garbage fees, it's never just, what does one city charge per container, because there's offsets from what you do with commercial versus what you do with residential. And so, if we're going to make staff go through the effort of doing this, I just want to add that we really need to make it, there has to be some context to what we get back. Otherwise, it's just noise. So I want to make sure that we're not asking staff to do too much, based on, some potential questions on this. I think for the most part, I would say I'm not 100% comfortable with this, but I am satisfied staff has done enough analysis on these to give us good estimates on what it really costs us to do it. I do share the Vice Mayor's concerns on the process, and that's really a separate conversation from the fees. And I do believe it's something we need to revisit at some point, but I don't want to confound what we're doing tonight with the fees with that broader exercise.
So if I can, through the mayor, thank you, Council Member Salazar, for that comment. The staff work that I understand to be requested from Council is benchmarking. So we would look at a number of our peer cities and provide what their fees are. But you are absolutely right that when setting fees, Council should consider a whole host of other factors. And oftentimes in fee settings, benchmarking isn't done because you have to charge based on your cost. But oftentimes what policymakers also like to know is just, I know I have to base it off my cost, but what is my neighbor charging, right? And so we will provide the data that we can assess on what neighbors are charging, but absolutely council should not simply look at that information and say that, we want to charge the average of the neighbors or be higher or lower based on the benchmarking data. It's just one data point that is being requested, and so we will certainly do that work. And should it be called to have that discussion?
Thank you.
And so then the last one was the work without a permit fee that I think council is asking for benchmarking around. I see nods, so I'll move on. And then the minimum, having a minimum for building public works work. Does council wish to have data around if how other cities charge for this, or are you comfortable with staff's recommendation to provide a minimum?
I'm comfortable with it, but I would want to defer to Councilmember Medina, who had a lot of questions about this one earlier. So,
could I ask just a point of clarification on this one? So, when we talk about this, this is really just extracting either 12% or $171 of an established permit fee and assigning that to Public Works. This is not increasing the cost of the permit fee, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, in which case I don't think we need to baseline what we allocate to Public Works.
Perfect. Thank you, Council, for allowing us to go through this. I know it took more time tonight, but it was, I think, very beneficial.
Thank you very much, City Manager, for your help in guiding us through that. Thank you. So with that, I'll bring it back to Council. If there's any action on the resolution with the additions of what we, the exercise that we just went through as far as benchmarks and those being dialogued.
So can we just be clear? I'm sorry, there had been an option 1 and a 2, so it sounds like this is option 2?
Vice Mayor, you would be correct that this would be option 2. What we just went through is to say this is what we want information back on the benchmarks, and then within that 60-day period, it can have a city council member to say, hey, I want us to really hone in on this one and maybe have it reduced or what have you. But option 2 is a correct statement.
And we would be approving those fees tonight.
Yes, we would be approving those with those. Everything would be approved. You're correct. With those benchmarks coming back, which would allow opportunity still to make a modification if needed, with council approval, of course. And please, somebody correct me or staff if I articulated that incorrectly.
It would probably depend on the motion that we make next, but
yes,
I think you're correct.
But I think, though, Vice Mayor clearly wants to know if the resolution is passed, depending on how it's worded, would all these start to go into effect? So July 1, they would take effect, yes, unless there's something within the benchmarks that we're looking at, if option 2 is included with that verbiage.
That is true. So the motion would be to implement the staff recommendation and the appropriate motion language, but also direct staff to return to the city council, to provide to the city council additional benchmarking information. We would do that, and then should there be a desire to have further discussion on it, we would agendize that discussion within the 60-day window or before the fees take effect, which is July 1. At which time council could rescind or adjust any of the fee increases.
Okay. A follow-up question, if I could. Yeah. So City Manager, once the fees are imposed, we still have the ability to repeal them at any time as well, don't we?
Absolutely. As you do for any fees, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you all for the clarifying questions. Thank you again, City Manager. Councilmember Hamilton?
I'll take stab at the motion, assuming everyone is ready.
Sure.
So I would like to make a motion that we adopt the resolution to adjust the master fee schedule to be effective on July 1st, 2022, and further direct staff to bring the benchmarking information as discussed for potential further discussion before the new fees go into effect.
Thank you for the motion. I'll see. I'll wait. There is a motion and a second, and unless I see something from the city attorney, but hopefully that motion for the resolution. So, motion and second. Hamilton, Medina. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Medina.
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason.
No.
Mayor Medina.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1 with Vice Mayor Mason opposed.
Okay, thank you very much to staff and colleagues for the discussion and conversation. Next, we'll move on to item 9, comments from council members. Before I open it up, I just want to acknowledge that our city clerk, Melissa, this is her meeting with us, and she is moving on to another opportunity. However, she still is the president for the clerk for the state of California, so she continues on that. We wish her the best in that. And then I'll circle back to me, but I did want to acknowledge and thank our city clerk for her efforts and work and time. And obviously, I've always heard anybody who's come into City Hall and asked the questions, gets the answers, and has had a very positive experience. So thank you. And with that, any council members who have items they'd like to bring up tonight, please raise your virtual hand. Councilmember Medina.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank Melissa for her time here and wish her the very, very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other colleagues? Councilmember Hamilton.
All right. I want to take a quick moment to acknowledge, I seem to talk about her in every meeting, our local resident, Karen Cunningham, who organized the San Bruno Stroll a couple of Saturdays ago, March 26th. It was a great success. It brought a lot of people to our downtown, and over 40 businesses participate, and was the lead story on Channel 7 News at 5, 6, and 11 on that day. Really brought a nice positive spotlight to our city, and like to thank Karen for her continued efforts in helping our local businesses. And I would also like to take a moment to thank Melissa for her service to the city of San Bruno. You were very, very kind and helpful through my election process and all of that, and I was never lacking for the information that I needed to go through that, and I was always very grateful for that. And it's been a pleasure to work with you, and I wish you all success in your future endeavors.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor.
So echoing Councilmember Hamilton's comments about Karen Cunningham, just wonderful. I also wanted to thank our downtown merchants for the Easter egg hunt that they hosted. My kids and I went, and it was really intimate and really nice. We had a nice turnout from the community. And I think that Twice as Nice and brand leader really just did a nice job being proactive about trying to not just bring people downtown, but create community downtown, which was really nice. A big thank you to Melissa as well, and well wishes and whatever your next endeavor is. I wanted to just follow up with the city manager to see if we could also get a follow-up on what was going on with the request to the chamber and the request to the community foundation, and the follow-up on the arts committee, the arts and culture committee. We had asked for a follow-up in January, and so I just want to see where we were with that, and to ask whether Recology would be restarting their composting in accordance with their agreement anytime soon. I thought the break was due to COVID, but now that they're going to be having the pickup event on May 14th, it seems like we might be ready to make sure that we get the regular composting as well. The free compost, I should say, for the residents that's in their contract. And then I think the last thing I wanted to just mention is that it is Councilmember Medina's birthday. So happy birthday, Marty. I hope you had a great day. Thank you.
Well, we know he's enjoying his evening. Councilmember Salazar.
Well, now I guess I'll start with wishing Councilmember Medina a very happy birthday, and glad that you were surrounded by friends tonight. And hopefully you got something better in store after this. And I also wanted to thank Melissa for her service here in the city. Melissa was our first non-elected city clerk, and she did a great job, brought a level of professionalism to the city that we definitely appreciate. She was with us as we undertook all mail ballots. She was with us as we conducted an election during COVID, and she just navigated us through those extremely difficult times. Did it always with a smile on her face, with a level of dedication that is definitely commendable, and we'll miss you, and definitely wish you the best of luck in your next assignment.
And for me, I'm going to end on Melissa. I'm going to say Melissa. But I do want to, two things. One, on, I talked to Councilman Medina about this, but 280 and Sneath, that encampment, I called again to Caltrans and was told today that on April 22nd, it will be notice posted. And on the 25th and 26th of April of this month, of course, 3 days later, which is required, cleanup will begin on that encampment. And so I will believe it when we see it, but I did want to update colleagues as well as the community. And Councilman Medina, yes.
Yeah, I totally forgot to thank staff and for everybody who came out to the Easter egg hunt at City Park. It was really cool. It was a little different, but there were a lot of smiling faces, and it's one of my favorite things about City Park here in San Bruno. So thank you all for your help. It went very well.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Medina, and of course to the Lions and Rhodey for their hosting as well. Second to last, do want to acknowledge that it is National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. And it is the week of April 10th through the 16th. It is a time dedicated to celebrating and honoring the people helping others during some of the most worst moments of their lives. They don't get much praise for it. 911 communications manager in Jones, Colorado had said. And again, as you all know, if anyone's had to call it, and you hear what they do, they have the multitask talents that are impressive as heck to watch, and their calm and steady presence really get people through just the horrific times. So, and we've had some times in San Bruno, and they have just shined. And so if our chief is on there, if he could please pass on our best wishes and thanks. And then again, to Melissa, we want to, again, as a council, thank you and appreciate, and as Councilmember Salazar said, you were appointed by the council, and we appreciate you came in after we lost our former city clerk, Carol Bonner, may God rest her soul, and picked up and brought forward the processes, and I think my Councilmember Salazar put it well about all those elements that were done and during COVID and the mail-in and the lines at City Hall on that election or so. So our best to you, health, happiness, and good fortune. So with that, City Clerk, thank you very much. And for all of us, I want to thank you, and we will go ahead and adjourn this meeting to our next regular scheduled meeting, which will be April the 26th at 7 p.m. And again, Councilor Medina, you've got about an hour left. Enjoy. Everybody have a good evening.
Have
And
a
a
good
good
night.
rest of the week.